We're good, right? You got water going everywhere. Welcome, Rexpor. I'm back above 2100. We stay winning. Also, let me get this off my head. I just took a shower, so with the towel, my hair's wet. It's less wet than it was though. I'll need to brush it at some point. It's a mess now. I've done it now. Okay, for some reason the YouTube one isn't working. I'll fix that. Second. Yeah, I think I'm using the right key. How are you? Actually quite good. My foot's all healed. I mean, it's still like a bruise on the outside pretty much. So, I mean, it still hurts a wee. But, honestly, we'll take it. And so that's good. Hello, local. I had a chess tournament, a rapid one. I did okay. I could have done better. I'll show you in a second. Toughen up or something? Yes. No, that's the plan. Anyway. I had a chess tournament. I did pretty well in. I think I could have done better. Not think. I know I could have done better because in out of 2 of the 3 games I lost, I was winning. So, I'm a little bit feel like I could have done better at that one. But 5 out of 8, 4th place. Not terrible. I was like winning in a few of the games. It's so sad. It's tragic, honestly. Following you, listening to music every day, got to 20 today. Hey, keeping up. Have you found anything else exceptional? Because it's been a while. It's been like 6 days. That's like 6 whole albums. I listened to an album, too. It wasn't amazing, but I learned. And I knew it wasn't going to be amazing going into it. Nothing exceptional, just some decent stuff, I guess. That's not bad. You'll find something eventually. It's difficult. There's a lot of stuff out there, so it ends up being hard to find the really good stuff. Okay, I've already had my coffee, so should be able to actually play good chess. I'm back above 2100. Told y'all it would happen inevitably. Told y'all. Color Me in Kindness by Basement. I feel like I've heard of that before. Hello, Tin. Have you mentioned that to me, or did I like see a headline about the Fantana review or something? I swear I've heard of that album. They have the one song called Cover that went big? Maybe, but I don't think I've heard it. Like, I don't think I've heard the album, but I think I've heard of it, if that makes sense. This is a very creative way of playing. Last night I was in about 30-second chess.com arena hosted by FM Canty. Oh yeah! You were one second away from beating him. You mean just played a GM level game? Oh yeah, it was higher than GM. That was like a Stockfish level game. That was a Stockfish versus Leela game right there. Last night I was in 30-second chess.com arena hosted by FM Canty. I got a chance to play against Canty 10 times. I was so close to beating him in this one game. I had a winning position, but I got flagged while he had 1 second on the clock. That's tragic. Who is this person? That's so sad. I'd cry. Yeah, he's really fast. I mean, you don't get a title for nothing, right? I have no idea what this guy's cooking. He's playing completely backwards chess. Putting the queen in front of the bishop? That's so weird. A5, A4 that early before you play the bishop check? Like, there's so many just backwards moves. I'm so confused as to what he's trying to accomplish. Worst thing I listened to this month? Oh, what was it? Talk to me. I am or FM? Well, it's FM Canty. So, I'm ignoring the possibility of false marketing. IRL and negative XP. I've never heard of either one of those. Probably a good thing. It's probably good that I haven't heard of that. I have never heard of negative XP. I'm assuming that's a win. Incel core. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I am starting to understand how this could be the worst thing that came out last year. I'm beginning to believe. It would take some steep irony in order to make that not terrible. What is he doing? I mean, I kind of almost respect my opponent here for just like wanting me dead, but like it's I don't know. Bang because he has really interesting the lo-fi sound, questionable lyrics, but it was vibey, you know? No, I can get behind that. Maybe I shouldn't have even played this, but it looked fine. Then the plan was bishop c6, that was the point. And then one of my rooks can come to d8. I'm not exactly sure which one. I do have diamond, yes. But I'm not sure. Does that game even warrant a review? I don't know. Listen to his latest EP. The classic sound was gone pretty much, and the lyrics were just bad. Oof. I'm surprised he got through. Pardon me? I'm surprised you made it through that. That sounds like an experience. That's an interesting move. I don't like how you left the knight on pre. Maybe I don't have any way of punishing it, but it looks just really weird. It was like oh, it's an EP. Okay. I see. Kind of want to do this. My light squared bishop isn't amazing. Actually, it's better than his. You know what? Sure. Serviceable, horrible. What happened? Well, give me some. I'm trying to focus on this game right now. But I mean, sure, if you want for your turn, I'm more than happy to try it. He quite literally fell off. Thank you, Mishatal official. Appreciate the follow. Is he going to go knight a4? That doesn't make much sense. But to be fair, a lot of his moves haven't made much sense so far. Crush this guy first? Well, I'm going to try, but... Still wants to play b5, it looks like. b5 even doesn't make sense. I'm not sure. Shoegaze emo sound, that's just very swag and lyrics hit. I mean, I could have told you had the shoegaze emo sound just by the fact that you like it. That's a Rexport classic right there. Oh, was this a dragon? Yeah, it was like a really weird dragon where my opponent played some incredibly suspicious chess that I like philosophically don't agree with. Like the world's goofiest dragon. Ooh, that's good. So my intention was this. Just, you know, slowly improving my position. Then maybe I put the knight somewhere. Maybe bishop here. Okay, now I don't mind this. I was in a classical tournament last weekend competing for money. I played 7 rounds, won 5, drew 1, lost 1. Managed to get second place. Hey, that's not bad at all. Hello. Oh no, that was Hey Wo. Is Hey Wo pronounced differently? I assume it is. I love something like this, but I don't know if it's productive. It just looks productive. It just looks so good. The discovery, man. Even something like takes, and then he has to play queen takes, and then like f5. It's so pretty. I don't know if it's good, but it's so pretty. Maybe just f5 straight up. That's a bit psycho, though. Like, trying to win a piece. That's got it. That can't be right. It looks so cool, though. Halo is pronounced like Halo. Fair enough. Ram. Color mean kindness. Overnight sensation. Those days are gone and room on fire. Hey, I like that Ram is included in there. I appreciate that. I appreciate the inclusion of Ram. This is weird. I'm very unsure. I mean, this just looks. Where's this knight going though, I suppose? But does it even need to get anywhere there to be a really good square? I don't think so. I'd have to move my rook after knight c5, and knight c5 is a strong square for the knight, to be fair. No, but here's the issue. I suppose he could play like c3 or something. Looks strong. I'd love to play f5. I mean, considering the highs are really high, they are. Oh, you should absolutely start your speech with hello. Honestly, less than 3 to 4 hours. Ooh. I mean, I kind of feel bad for you, but I kind of don't, because I know I enjoy those types of wins a lot. Maybe it is bishop takes and then f5. I love that as an idea. Again, f5 as an idea doesn't look stupid either. The problem is if I go like e6 to make f5 less psychotic, then well, I mean, f5 right now doesn't work, because if any sort of captures and then e5, he always has check, right? Yeah, no, f5 doesn't work. I know the ooh or something. There we go, now we're talking. I'm going to go with this. Might not be the best move, but it just looks very inviting. It's such a good square. It's such a good square. Rexbor's just full of good ideas tonight. Look at this. Look at the quality of my pieces compared to the quality of his pieces. It's just not close. I don't know, maybe I'm a psycho. Maybe I'm actually psychotic, but like, and this weakens my dark squares too much. I don't think I can get away with it. I really wish I could. Hello, Kate. You're changing the rating floor to 1400. It's not the worst idea. Yeah, this is true. Crazy Frog is just a normal frog to me. I mean, this is not under any real threat. Suppose you can't be too careful. Something like this. That knight is annoying. If I could get rid of that knight, my position would be all sunshine and roses. But it's harder than it looks. Because something like this takes looks fine, but then like d3 and it's really not obvious. Because then moving the knight immediately is diagonal feels weak. I'm running out of time. I need to play more quickly. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go here. Intern job being open to Parliament for group party in October, which I'm also excited. Hey, that sounds like a win. Time is the problem. Maybe I could have gone here and taken the knight. That would have been better, I think. Hello, Void. I didn't think this was too scary, because I have like this. And my knight is pretty active. My bishop's kind of terrible, which is the problem. Marine's going to be like 1800 after the change. I mean, that sounds like a dub. It sounds like a win. When is the change going into effect again? How you doing? Actually, pretty well. I had a tournament a few days back. I had a tournament back on Wednesday. I did okay there. It's just a rapid tournament. I scored 5 out of 8, but 2 of the games I lost, I was completely winning. So I could have done better, but I'm not too disappointed with how it stands. Yeah, I think we do. So I was letting all this happen because I figured... Finifugal. That's a good word. I'm a little bit low on time, guys, so I might be a little less chatty for the next few moments while I try and not lose. Although, to be fair, letting this queen to d8 is pretty bad. That's pretty not good. Yeah, it's just mate. Okay, I'm playing another one to get back above 2100. Why is he not playing it? How to reach this position? Me being dumb. He wants to work at so I might work at Parliament in a few months. Maximum 4 people gain the intern position every year, so it's kind of a long shot. I'll definitely apply that. You should apply. It's a long shot, but you're pretty darn well qualified, which can't be that common. Finifugal. That makes sense, actually. Fini, right? Fugal. Like that one actually makes sense. My national ranking is 1653 and my FIDE 1647, which is crazy because my national starts 1600 and FIDE 1000 Croatian. I think it's because to play more foreign than Croatian. Going to play standard is 2.6, average 1850. Yeah, that would make sense. Bro, unironically, I want to ironically work in Parliament. Is that an option? Q because I want to leave soon? Unfortunately not. I think this is... Is this the position where I go knight a5, or is this a position where I go knight e5? Both are playable. It depends on the position. I think this is a knight a5. The move order changes so much. Knight b4? No, it's not knight b4. It's definitely not knight b4. Knight b4, the knight gets like relegated to the edge of the board, which is kind of depressing. And you can sometimes, I mean, it is an idea in some positions to go back to c5 there. That's like a thing. You play over the board chess whenever I can. I actually have an over the board rapid tournament happening tomorrow, which I'm pretty excited about. Well, who knows, right? I unironically want to commit a coup in Minecraft. Yes, only in Minecraft. So that's the whole point of knight a5, is you have a c5 after queen a4, and the queen guards the knight. Right? That's kind of like the point. And you like try to push b5 at some point. You play like a6 and bishop here and rook here, and then you push b5. It's like a whole thing. And this also prevents b4 from happening and being scary. And if he takes, you take with knight. And that's kind of the point. Is now we've got this position, and then the queen's kind of weirdly placed on a4. It's not, like, terrible, per se, but it just doesn't look like it makes a whole lot of sense on that square. Actually, taking with pawn is a move there, I think, too, but coup is a bit, so don't worry about it. Yeah, it's only as a bit. And because it's like, and because, you know, life is a sitcom, the bit will be reset by next episode, so it doesn't matter. I think this is how you're supposed to play this. I don't remember my Dutch theory. I've done a little bit more Dutch studying, but not enough. Not enough to be able to handle this sort of nonsense. Looks like black is equalized? I think so. It is rated, so I don't super want advice, just for anyone here that's new. But, yeah, I think I've done okay. The Dutch is just so weird, because the positions where it's equal, I've been playing Dutch over the board, I've only tried once, and that was at the tournament, the rapid tournament I played. What you doing? Playing rated to get back about 2100, because I was, and then I lost, but I'm just going to play one more to win real quick. I've played the Dutch over the board once at the rapid tournament I played at recently. I haven't played much over the board since I picked up the Dutch, which is why I haven't played the Dutch over the board since then. And in that one tournament, it went pretty well. I'm actually not sure what to play here. E5 moment? I kind of want to play E5, but the problem is I'm worried about this pin followed by knight D5. Maybe that's nothing, but just feels a little bit dangerous. I played Dutch at once in European Blitz and beat a 1900, and then drew an 1100. That's the Dutch. Very very extreme. Apply what to do after high school. I'm going to a folk high school, which is basically a private boarding school without grades or exams. And they have a bunch of different programs. So, esports, mountain climbing, theater, leadership. What? Study politics and philosophy. Politics and philosophy, what a combo. You know what? Checks out. Now I think I push e5, because now I don't care anymore. I get like some knight infiltration move with tempo. That looks... Where does that leave us? That leaves us at true neutral. On the based cringe spectrum. I would love to study politics and philosophy. The only reason I don't is because there's no future in that. And the reason I'm going to college is to make future career options simpler. And there is nothing career-wise in philosophy and politics in Macedonia or in, you know, places that would want you to come from abroad. A socialist school is expensive. It's quite ironic. That further university makes it easier to get into a university. I think it's a good idea. If it's something you want to do, I think it's an excellent idea. A lot of yais lately. Goes hard. That's the Jax film stuff, right? I haven't seen any of this. I mean, this is a very nice night. What was I going to say? I mean, you're going to an expensive socialist school. I'm going to a cheap business school. I feel like the roles should be reversed. That's why I majored in English literature, practicality. Hold on a second. I mean, detrimental effect on my humor. Sounds like a good thing. I'm going to a free law school. Does that buck the trend or continue the trend? I'm actually not sure. I can't decide if that's a continuation or a bucking. Oh yeah, you know. It's high school in Croatia. Math and physics. Interesting. Well, I wish you the best of luck. That's some good stuff to go into. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm almost cooking, man. Part of me wants to just let him have the exchange. A suspiciously large part of me wants to just let him have the exchange because I'm like, okay, you've earned it. I have this knight is king of the world. But I guess the knight's still king of the world even if I prevent him from taking the exchange, right? Even if I play something more rational like this, the knight's still king of the world. Yeah, no. I don't know how it is in Macedonia, but the most popular university degrees in Norway is philosophy, politics, and economics in Oslo. And the average income after graduation is rather high. I'm not sure what they work in, but I know they make bank, and I usually work in private corporations. That's fair. Any next points? Hey, an extra point because of chess, we'll take it. Ethical climate advisors, counseling, and private corporations. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Never mind. I forgot you were in Norway. It's gonna be dumb, but I forgot you were Norwegian. Deckwine Marietta. Is it Marietta? I believe it's Marietta. Okay, let me put on my headphones. Ooh. Can he do that? I mean, I guess it just makes f3 harder to play for him, so I'm not complaining. But can't be that bad. Why not bishop g7? Because knight c7 won in exchange. It's time to learn McDonald's. Exactly. Wait, y'all have McDonald's over there? Yeah, there's no way. I don't believe this move at all. I refuse to accept that being a good move. Because like now, look at this. Look at this. I can go to e5 to d3. Look at that square. Look at that square. Oh, it's lovely. I don't know how like real it is, but it's lovely. King of the world, man. Ooh, it's a creative choice. Knight b3, knight c1. Yeah, but he has to spend so much time doing this. I'm not going to do nothing and sit there while he reroutes his knight. That's kind of the point. Is him getting rid of it takes time and effort. And plus, b2 is a problem. b2 is a problem right now. I'm not exactly sure what he's cooking. Although, I'm not going to take that pawn because I feel like his queen gets rather active. Maybe check is... No, that doesn't make sense. I'm going to go knight here. He wants knight b3. Well, he could have played knight b3 before. And I don't think he wants knight b3. This is a weird song. Yesterday it was snowing a lot in Zagreb and made a huge ramp of snow. Because why not? Chance you can make the best snowball and that's going to fly the farthest. Like 2 hours, you can already see him a physics master. A master of physics. It's snowing crazy here. We've got inches and inches. dc5, knight b3. Yeah, but that doesn't even look that good for him. You know, I could vibe with it. It reminds me of a cross of two songs. I'm trying to think of what the two songs are. It reminds me of a cross of... One half is definitely won by Metallica. And I can't think of what the other half is. It'll come to me. Is BB5 a move? Bishop B5? I mean, it was, but... So I could see it. I kind of like it. I don't normally like Midwest emo. I don't know what he's doing. Excludes the education, food, and... Wait. I'm unsure about this. Okay, what did we say? School costs like 10.3. That's not terrible. And after scholarship, 5.1. Okay, that's not terrible at all. I mean, it's not cheap, but... Oh, that includes, like, board? If that includes board, then no, that's great. That's extremely good. You know what? I actually am enjoying this Rexpor. I usually don't enjoy your Midwest emo picks. Board, yeah, like... It's room and board, you know? It's the whole... It's the room and everything that you would normally expect to come with a room. I'll let him take. No, wait. I'm actually enjoying this. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So what's the name of the song? Is this Summer Death or what? Oh, I'm an idiot. No, I'm not. I'm a genius. No, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I didn't notice that this would hang the rook. Well, I don't care where your elo is. Once I'm done with this rated game, which I think I'm going to lose, but time might save me. Either way, once I'm done with this rated game, I'm going to start playing people in queue. So if you exclaim join the queue, then I'll play you when it's your turn. I don't see how he stops me from mating him. Oh, no, he has check here. Oh, that's so annoying. He's guarding this square, and... That's so annoying. My plan was this, but... I mean, does he run out of check? No, because he has check here. No, because he has... Wait, check. Wait, hold on a second. Here, queen takes. Here. He has 1, 2 checks. Either check, I go to h6. And if he goes here, he can go there, so that doesn't work. And then, yeah, that doesn't work. I can't give him the bishop. You don't understand how badly I wanted to give him the bishop. Man, it's so close. How's your week? Actually, pretty good. I got a tournament happening tomorrow. I just played in a tournament a few days back. I got 5 out of 8 and got 4th place, which I could have done better. The two of the 3 games I lost, I was completely winning. Wait, what happened to your rook? I lost it, but I thought I was okay. I thought I'd comp. I missed that in this position when he plays knight takes, my rook hangs. I completely forgot. Which was so dumb of me, but... That seems weird. How does he stop this? Is he planning on going check? That's not even good. I take his rook. And then if we trade pieces, I'm up a pawn. 2 pawns. Local tournament? Yep. And then there's another local tournament happening tomorrow. Even closer by. It's organized by my chess club. So... Rookie 2? Okay, he gives me my rook back. That's a victory. If he gives me my rook back, then I'm just up 2 pawns. That's my point. That's why I'm not... That's why I didn't understand this move. Because if he gives me my rook back, I'm winning. Well, I found this more musically interesting than most Midwest emo. Plus, I don't know why or how, but I can actually deal with his voice. Normally, I struggle with their voices. Normally, I struggle dealing with the voices of these sorts of Midwest emo stars. I don't know why, but normally I have a problem with it. Winning. My FIDE elo for Rapid, which is what these tournaments are, is like 16 something. Okay, we're still above 2100. That's okay. He resigned, which, I mean, that's fair enough, but the problem was time. That was the big issue. The problem there was strictly time. If time were equal, I would play that on for a million years, but there's no way, right? Okay, let's check real quick. It's Cristiano's turn. Okay, you said the name of Marietta is the name of the album, correct? Or was Summer Death? Summer Death was the album, right? My opinion. Well, my arenas are cursed, but am I metal? No, it's emo. So it was totally fine. I played okay. And here I was right even about this. But I shouldn't have played queen takes. Giving up the knight was totally okay. I'm guessing rook d... No, not even rook d8. Rook takes g2. I could just sack the exchange and then go bishop d5 and I was winning. Which bishop d5 is also suck. Bishop d5 and I win the queen. Oh, I swear I'm selling this. Emo's a genre? Yeah. Oh, I swear I was looking for this tactic. But that's a very nice. It's a nice one. I like that. And then rook f2 to threaten the check anyway. That's nice. That's a nice. But I missed it. And rook at AE1 is a blunder. He had to go here because now I don't have any square to threaten mate on. Sheesh. Yeah, that makes sense. So he played the wrong rook move, and now queen d2, he can't stop it. He goes rook e2, but I mean, now the problem is he has to hold this endgame with 17 seconds against 3 minutes, where he's down 2 pawns. Like, there's no way. He's down 2 pawns and has 17 seconds against 3 minutes, and he has to hold the endgame. No shot. Arena? Bruv, my arenas are cursed. Somebody gets banned every time I put it together in arena. Make it unrated. I will do unrated at some point, but I'm not going to do it today and pull the rug out from everyone who was already here. No rating, no ban. Well, it's not that simple, but sure. Again, I'll have to give this album more critical listen at some point. Rexpor. Playing Alcon Arena? Absolutely. Sent you a game of messages? Okay, let me just... make sure that... don't dox my messages. Yeah, that worked. AlcoGPT deserves a raise. I mean... I could give him a raise from 0 to 0. That's like 100 times increase, right? Actually, that's not true. I have donated to the open source software. I have donated to the open source software that AlcoGPT runs on. So, to be fair, I have actually played him. I had to wait like 3 months to get on vinyl? No, I could see it. Not to give it a critical listen, I told you. Because I am enjoying it from an instrumentation perspective, which is unusual for Midwest emo. Okay, hold on. This is Guess the Elo, right? So I have to guess the Elo. My Twitter and Instagram now has more followers than followings. I have reached peak internet life. Congratulations, Oreach. Anyway. Okay. My rating was unstable, and now you're guessing White's rating on black. Okay. 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 So he's not that good, because everybody who's worth their salt in the Catalan knows that if they take early, you play a4. Right there when the NFL game starts, go for it. There's no way. Maybe over 1500, but not that much over 1500 for sure. Choosing new glasses frames. Ooh, I can't imagine. I had glasses once for a very brief period, like a year. Just because one of my eyes was a little underdeveloped. Don't remember what kind of frames I had, though. He went E4, though, which is correct. Why is playing as good? Yeah. I look too good with glasses for having perfect vision. Then wear ironic glasses. Come on. You're a politician. You need to get good at. You need to get better at lying about things. So lie about the state of your vision. Wear fake glasses. Society. Okay. Why is playing as good? Makes sure. I don't like bishop here. Okay. I guess he's trying to play out like f4, but like this is a. I don't know. Taking the open file first. The bishop pin, like, on its surface is really tempting. But I don't think it actually does anything since you're never going to take this. Fridge. Like we say in Norway, that's so hairy. What does that even mean? I'm sorry, fridge. What's that? I don't know. H6 G5 looks plausible. That's my point. So this looks good on first glance because like I'm developing a piece and I'm threatening F4 E5, but you're not actually threatening anything. So this is not like a meaningfully good move, but it looks like a meaningfully good move. That's what's so interesting about White's play. White's moves aren't good, but they look good on first glance. They're shallow bad because they look good but aren't. Okay, now this is just wrong. This is just terrible. I have no idea why he would play this. That's why. He wants to go F4 or E5 and trap the bishop. Yeah, this is wrong. Rook AB. Okay. This is what I mean. Like, Rook AB here. That move, there's a reason he thinks that's a good move, you know? He's not garbage. He's not an 1100. You know, you could tell when 1100 is playing chess. Hello, Antients. Welcome back. Rook F2, Bishop D3. We're doing, I guess, the ELO. Just one, because someone wanted to. Is Q open? Absolutely it is. Rook F2. Okay, I like Rook F2. Rook B4. I see the idea, but the problem is that you've already, like, really hurt your position here as White. Rook BB2. Rook G8. E5. Rook D8. Bishop F1. Okay. Rook D3. Rook FB1. A4. I like the way he's doing this, though. He looks like you want to sub. I do want to sub, but I'm not desperate enough to ask. I ask to pretend you don't want to sub, right? It's like, this is dating advice, right? You have to pretend like, okay, no, ignore me. I'm moving on. Hey, thanks so much for the Prime sub. How do you see why I played this opening? All of his moves had ideas. They were just not the correct ideas. Yeah, it's a pretty busy queue. Okay, no, that was a joke. I take it all back. It was open AI. It was machine learning. Okay, it was deep faked. I'm not actually here talking. This is the first of an advanced series of VTuber streams, but the VTuber is actually just me. This is a demo for the next generation of GPUs. You've heard it here first. I don't think so. No. It's not. A good player would not play knight c3 there in the Catalan. No one who knows the Catalan plays knight c3 there. Trust me. It's you need to. The first thing you learn about the Catalans is if they take early, you play a4. It's the first thing. You've got to know that, man. Rook x b3. Number of fingers. Means like tasteless, vulgar, or cringe. Not really difficult to actually. I'll try. Go for it. I actually like that. Okay, H1, king takes, king F5, key 8, H6, key 6. Okay. Good stuff. If king b2 is over 1300, what do you mean if king b2 is over 1300? Well, we know how high rated black is. Black is 10. We're trying to figure out white. Oh, that's disrespectful. Anyway, so here's the thing. It's weird. So, what's interesting to me is all of white's moves. Recently got promotion, mate. Those are the best. Well, Tin said it's his game, and so I'm going off that assumption. So here's the thing. I like a lot of what white did, but again, knight c3 here isn't correct. Now, that means he knows that he plays the Catalan, but he doesn't know Catalan theory, which is good. That tells us a lot. That means that they're high enough rated to want to play the Catalan and know the basic ideas of the Catalan, but not high enough rated to know how the Catalan works, which means it's between 1200 and 2000. No one below 1200 is going to play a Catalan. No one above 2000 is going to play knight c3. 1400, 1900, you might be right. I'm willing to narrow it down. 1400, 1900. I could see a 1900 playing knight c3. Like a 1900 doesn't know any theory would play knight c3. Not 1417. No, an 1800 would play knight c3. No way. No. Would you rather play with board chess from no fingers or with uncontrollable hiccups every 10 seconds time? Hiccups, without a doubt. I need my fingers. How else am I supposed to move pieces? So 16 2000. I won't even see 60. I think 14 2K is pretty much where we're at. Makeup, then it's Harry. If you drive really old cars, that's Harry. Trashy. Well, trashy implies a level of cheapness, or a level of cheapness that tries to look expensive. Like, that sounds to me... There's a specific word I'm thinking of. I'm not sure what it is. Again, tasteless is a good one. But... again, trashy implies a level of cheapness. How do you give without showing your rating? He just sent me a PGN file of... he just sent me a PGN file, pretty much. Like the actual move list. Okay, I got it. Yeah, no. But I'm just saying, I'm narrowing it down little by little. So it's between 14 and 2K. 14, 19, let's say. It's between 14 and 19. E5 is good. E4 is good, but not the best. So it's between 14 and 19. Okay, now this is not a 1900 move. No, well, this might be. Takes is absolutely not a 1900 move. Now, I don't know a 1900 who would take here. Bishop f6, f4. Bishop f6, f4. Bishop f6 is not good. Bishop pair in the endgame. I don't know of a 1900 who wouldn't want to keep the bishop pair in the endgame. See like your friend's glasses? Oh yeah, no, that's it. What? There's a word I know. There's a word that I know that works exactly for that. I don't know. Remember what it is. I don't know what it is. I'm a 1900 definitely not take. That's why I'm being local. You would like if you took here, I would be like, okay, who stole your chess.com account, right? You wouldn't take here. That's just not an idea. You wouldn't do it. Like I could see you playing knight c3. I could see you playing knight c3 in the Catalan if you had just started learning it, right? But you would not take, like, I don't think you would most of the time, but I could understand it happen. So over 1600 probably wouldn't take it. I think a 1600 might take. I think a 1600 might take if they thought they were getting f4 bishop, f4 e5, because they thought they were getting the bishop back. I could see an over 1600 take it, but like not 19. I would even say not 18. So I would say this puts it 14 to 17. I think we're 14 to 17. Bishop g4, rook a-b. Rook a-b, I actually like. This is what part of what I mean when I say he's only playing obvious bad moves. Trade happy? That's what I mean. That's like even h3 or something. Like bishop e2 is like, this is interesting, but this is something I would be looking at. But I guess we've already eliminated the people who would be looking at that. Probably lower than what we think. I don't think so. I don't think it's lower than 14. I haven't seen anything that indicate it's higher than 14. But rook 8 b1 and then h3. He's not taking the other open file, and he's not trying. Actually, this is him trying to take the other open file. It's just a really bad way of doing it. A based Antians. One movers in this game? No. There was never a one mover. Again, all of White's moves have a plan, and all of them are, at least on the surface, look good. Which is why I think 1400 plus. It's because he doesn't play any moves which are very obviously, clearly bad and have no idea why they could be good. Again, even like rook ab1 here. Not a good move, but it's not immediately obvious. It's just you have to realize that this is a problem. You know where just like that? No, I haven't. Or at least if I have, I don't remember it. How little feeling I have of modern pop. I like some modern pop, not most. And like rook f2 sees that he wants to double, which is an interesting idea. No time control. Oh, we know. I think we knew it was rapid. This is rapid, right, Tin? I don't think an 1800 would let the bishop in. Not 18, a 1700 would let the bishop in. 10 minutes. I don't think so, Norwegian. And if they did, then they would play this immediately. No, that's not even good. Because he's threatening the rook, so yeah, that makes sense. But no, playing the rook to b4, it's very stubborn. Yeah, 14 to 17 I'm sure of, but I'm trying to kind of get a feel for it. See, this is why I'm thinking higher than 1400. Because this sounds stupid, but I don't think a 1400, I don't think a 1300 would play a4 here. Magnus, Fabi, Ding, Hikaru, Prague, Alireza, oh, that's going to be hype. So I don't think a 1300 plays this move. I'm going to be real. I'm not even sure a 1400 plays this move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a 1500 plus move. That's... But also, rook b4 feels like it just doesn't think about rook a8. It also tries to stay active. That's the interesting part. In which case, I don't like it. It's shallow. This move is shallow. This is shallow. I'm going to say 1480 to 1580. That's my 100 rating gap. 1480 to 1580. 1450 to 1550. 1450 to 1550. That's my guess. $14.50 to $15.50. Final answer. I don't see a 1700 playing rook a4 here. Maybe he does. Shall I reveal it? Yeah. $14.50, $15.50. Final answer. 1380. I think you're going too low, Void. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overrating him, but I don't think a 1380 plays rook b4. 1750. No way it's 1750, Goddle. No shot at 1750. I've got very bad news. What? Was it like my game or something? Is that the reveal? 1432. Imagine if it's one of my games. That'd be funny. It's you. I knew it was me. You know how I knew it was me? Because I used to play Knight c3 here. And it's stupid. Knight c3 is utterly stupid. I just stopped recently because I actually read my theory again. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that. Knight f6. I don't know what I was cooking with this. I'm going to be real. This is dumb. So I'm close. I win. Yes. No, I've said, yeah, I've been at 1600 for years now. Norwegian's right. So 1550, I was only 50 off. Your 1900 outcome performance? No, this is not old. This is new. This was me trying to trick somebody, I believe. But bishop g5 is stupid. I'm not sure what I was cooking there. What's elo? I don't know. Bad? What's my elo 10? Or is it a recent game and I'm even stupider? That would be funnier. Tell me it's a recent game. And you are 1500 blitz. So I was right. Hold on a second. I was right. Going down one square at the end. Nope. Nope. Knight c3 is terrible, and I used to play it, and I'm ashamed of myself. I've recently started going back to a4. Show the shirt. Oh yeah, this is just a Portal reference. Portal 2, rather. I love Portal. Anyway. When I saw Knight c3, I'm like, oh, it's just like how I used to be, and I was deeply ashamed. Oh. Okay, it's Kate's turn. Well, Kate, I think, left, so... Unless you didn't, in which case you'll start yelling, which is fine. Never played Portal? I recommend it. Portal 2 specifically. But you don't have to play the first one to play the second one. So, like, what do you mean doxed? I think you showed my file system or something. Portal 2 has really strong writing. Portal 1 is a really strong atmosphere. So, is Mishatal here? The Scandia is like the London for the black pieces. It gets you out of theory somewhat painlessly. Portal, or Portal 2 rather. The Scandia just gets you out of theory relatively painlessly, and that's kind of the point. That's fair enough. In that case, you probably wouldn't enjoy it. It's a puzzles game. It really is. I don't think the puzzles are that hard, but it is a puzzle game. Okay, hold on a second. How stupid I am? I don't think I do. I am here. I'm 2 minutes late, down to 1.5 minutes. I had 3. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yep, that's what the queue's looking like. Akatsu. You played Scandy? Again, the Scandy isn't terrible. Yeah, no, that's definitely what I meant. Okay. Fidel Castro, that's a new one. Bishop. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on a second. What's the better way of blocking here? Someone like some bishop or something? That doesn't make sense. Oh, it wants queen d2. Of course it wants queen d2. It wants queen d2, king d2, and now this is undefendable. Right, right. Ooh, sounds interesting. Enjoy Rexful. Gukesh played Magnus game today. Grinding. Now he is winning. Base Gukesh. Didn't like it at the moment. No, this bishop is amazing. This is such a strong piece. Because these dark squares are weak. Black's played a lot of pawn moves. He's asking for problems on the dark squares. Yeah, queen d2 makes a lot of sense. The point is basically these squares are undefendable. Indefensible. You can't do anything about them. And so it's really good. The only reason I considered bishop d2 was because I was trying to figure out if the computer wanted that more, but it didn't make sense to me. FM Ganti? Well, I don't know, 30-second games aren't really... There's not a whole lot to analyze there. Bishop c7. Oh! 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 Yuck. That's a schnasty move. Ooh. Threatening mate in 1. Bishop g4. Bishop d6. Hold on a second. Yeah, but like, what does he do here? Doesn't this just lose a piece? I'm confused. What's his threat? I guess the point is you're cut. Well, no, wait. His queen's almost trapped. He has to go queen a6. And this is just a slightly better version of what happened. I mean, queen takes g4 can't be bad either, to be fair. You are like spoiled for choice, but then queen takes b5. Oh, bishop takes b5. No, yeah, this is good too. You're spoiled for choice. There's a lot of really good moves in this position. There's a lot of really good moves in this position. This is good. This is good. This is good. There's a lot of good moves here. I mean, even this isn't terrible. The problem is you just had so much more. Yeah, bishop takes queen takes g4 is just literally a piece. Yeah. Anyway, bishop d6 isn't terrible. It just you lose most of your advantage. The thing about f6 is it's a pretty clean piece. f6 is even cleaner. Bishop takes, then queen takes, then king e8. Ooh. Yeah, king e8 loses on the spot. Doesn't it just lose a queen? Yeah, it just loses a queen. Well, okay. Need to use more time? I agree. Why do you still have 8 minutes on the clock? This is not something you can... In this position, there's no way you are 100% sure in however much time you spent. What is that? 25 seconds? This is not a 25-second position. Okay, and then you just won his queen. And now it's pretty simple, right? I'm confused by all these pawn pushes. Why? What are you doing? I mean, it's fun, but I feel like there's too much counterplay for him here. Like, maybe I'm dumb, but like, I'm just trying to get my pieces out. I like f4. h4, queen g5. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Then e5. Why not f4? I don't know. e5's not terrible. It just feels kind of like hoo-ha check, you know what I mean? I mean, this can't be bad, right? But see what I mean? You're playing so many pawn moves that he gets to move his pieces into the position. You're still completely winning, but it's like now you have to think all of a sudden, right? Hey, Kate's back. It's all winning, but I just don't like how much time you're giving him and how many moves you're giving him. Like, look how active his pieces are compared to yours. Yeah, it's still completely winning. I have no idea what queen c6 is. I don't know what you're cooking here. Again, you're really overcomplicating the position. Queen c6, like, even here, like, why are you playing rook g1? Just get something to happen. You will be a queen for a rook and like a billion pawns. Just like make him trade it and move on with your life. And now he doesn't have any counterplay anymore. I know the computer technically says that something else is better. I don't care. There's some forced mate or something, but I don't care. Just king f2, and I never have to think again because he's out of checks. He is out of active pieces, and I have a queen versus a rook, and I'm also up 3 pawns. Miss mate in 13. Oh, I'm so sad about missing mate in 13. Like a big deal. I don't just. You're making things more complicated, man. It's obviously still winning, but that's not the goal here anymore. Mating in some moves? Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Now this is good. You want a rook, and now it's just completely over. And now here's that. Okay, fair. So obviously you just cleanly outplayed him in the opening, but you spent too little time, you were playing too fast, and then in the end game, you didn't play terribly, but you really were making your position harder when you had no reason to. Even in this position, like, I'm not even sure you should be playing h4 here. h4 definitely isn't a bad move, but like, why not just bishop c4? Maybe that's not a good move, but why not, right? I'll play you next. Don't worry, Kate. Why not just bishop c4 and then castles, and then he never has any counterplay for the rest of his very short life? Why not? Or again, if you want to mate him, then I think h4. I think f4 is just better than h4. You're threatening the same mate, but you're more flexible, and you're also threatening this check. I think f4 is just better. I think f4 is just strictly a better move than h4, because now if he goes h6, worst case scenario, you can do something dumb like this. And congratulations, you've now won a bishop. Hello, Echo. Nice, thank you. No problem, Kate. You know what I mean? So it's like, so there are two main ways of taking advantage of more material, right? One is to trade everything down and win in an endgame that's going to be brain dead easy. Bishop c4 trades to a brain dead easy endgame. You just have to make sure rook c8 doesn't work. It doesn't because you have check, but just triple check that sort of thing. Or option two is go on a checkmate attack because you have more material to attack with than he can defend with. He doesn't have the material strength to defend and attack because he doesn't have strong enough pieces to defend against a queen. So those are both meaningfully decent ways of taking advantage of material advantage, right? Either trade into an endgame or checkmate him. If you want to trade into an endgame, this is the way of going about it. If you want to checkmate him, f4 is the way of going about it. h4 doesn't really do either. I mean, you're like guaranteed to win a piece here. It's just more flexible. Well, I'm assuming we're trying to make sure we win, because any other option other than win in the endgame or checkmate is going to make things harder for you and give him more chances. So you didn't play terribly in this by any stretch of the imagination. You just like didn't really. So like in this position, right? It's like I said, either you try to trade into a brain dead endgame, which would be king f2, or you go on a checkmate attack, which is like, oh, maybe queen a6. Is queen a6 good enough? Nah, I guess he has rook here. I mean, I guess f4 isn't terrible for going for the checkmate attack. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, and this just wins a rook. Okay, f4 I don't hate. Queen b7 I hate. Queen shouldn't go there. Unnecessarily prolonged. Yeah, you just gave him too many chances. Queen b1's hard to find. Oh yeah, queen b1 doesn't matter though. Well, you played one a rook. I don't care at all. So a good game of chess. You outplayed him, you deserve the win. Don't get this wrong. I am nitpicking small things because you are now at the level of chess where you're close enough to me that it's hard for me to find big things. How does worst to best? What would you say? Opening, middle game, end game, tactics, time scrambles. Okay, so you said worst to best. It would be time scramble, tactic, middle game, opening, end game. Actually swap opening and middle game. So time scramble, tactic, opening, middle game, end game. End game and on opening and middle game are either way. Let's Cormac start. Sack the queen for the knight to win the end game with the pawns. Legit. You think you're joking, but if you're more comfortable at that end game, go for it. Time scrambles, end games, opening, middle game, tactics. That's worst to best, right? Gotcha. I'm terrible at time scrambles. Actually, I would say tactics worse than time scrambles. Actually, I would say tactics worse than time scrambles, because when I lose at time scrambles, it's because I miss a tactic. Oh, it's actually Kate's turn. I forgot what I was doing. So it'll be Cormac after Kate. Show you again? Oh, please do go for it. Equanimity. I do need equanimity. So yeah, it's tactics, time scrambles, then middle games or openings, then the other one, and then end games. That makes sense. Okay, show me. Let's go. What color was it? What color were you, Kate? How's uni? It's going okay. I know I passed Russian, which was a class I was worried about. So now I just have an assignment to finish and then a few more, and then like 2 more finals. And once I do those 2 tests and the assignment, I'm done with this semester, which this semester's been horrible. Just partially my fault, but it's Black, of course, I never play before. Just making sure. You never know. Okay. So far, I like it. Saying no to the Smith Mora. If your opponent tries to play the Smith Mora, just say no. D5's good. And now it's just a good Alapin. Now it's just a good Alapin. Which, like, White should never let this happen in the Alapin. The knight being here and the bishop being out are 2 things that are very hard to get in the Alapin safely. And you've gotten both of them. I would prefer to play black here over white. Bishop e7. Then knight takes, b takes, and this is forever weakness. Good stuff, good stuff. Video 600, now I just got to up to 1800. Hey, good job, Antians. Knight c3. I told you, having a coach is going to help. Anyway, I'm not even sure knight c3 is a good move for that reason. It's difficult to play another move, though. It's a bit creative. a3, sure. Sure, let's get that knight to c4. Plop the knight in the weak square. As soon as he moves the queen, you take. Sure. Knight's kind of bad. Knight bd2. Knight bd2 is probably better. A3 wasn't played b5. A3 was to prevent bishop b5, correct? Yeah. And to prevent queen 5. Yeah, prevent checks, yeah. That makes sense. And now he doesn't have the queen check, so you don't have to worry about it. And so you have this. Yeah, I got you. Now queen d7. Yeah, and so now you, because of a6, you don't have to worry about any of this junk. So far, so good. Okay, he has to be desperate. You definitely don't castle. Now, what you do instead of castling? Subjective. I would play g6. I think g6 is the move. g6 definitely makes more sense. King f8, I like. I like the idea, but I think g6 is better. g6 is just more principled. So he has no pawn breaks, right? You push the h-pawn, he can't break with this pawn, he can't break with the h-pawn. No pawn breaks. Oh, cat. g6, I didn't like bishop h6. Who cares about bishop h6? What's his threat? You're never going to castle anyway. What's he going to do? Where's your weakness? Why does it matter? You have a dark squared bishop, he has a dark squared bishop. And you have a knight. You have more pieces that can attack the dark squares than he can. Where's the threat? You take the pawn. I don't care. Want to push the h-pawn? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Why do you need to push the h-pawn? This is what you're targeting. Why do you care about your h-pawn? This is what you're targeting. First off, the pawn's hanging. That's problem 1. Problem 2, even if the pawn weren't hanging and you have to play a different move, you play rook g8, and what's he doing? What's the bishop on h6 doing? Bishop h6, bishop f8? Or bishop f8. Bishop f8 isn't even that bad. Bishop f8 just doesn't accomplish anything because he goes like bishop g5. Or bishop d2 or something. But like, okay, sure. There's nothing. Your king's not there. His queen isn't there. Yeah, but why do you want to play h5 so bad? What is he going to do? Even if he does this, that weakens his king more than it weakens yours. I don't think pushing the h-pawn is something you need to do. You can, space, but this is what you're targeting. Why are you worrying about the king side? Deal with this. Maybe. Bishop h6 is not the least bit scary. Worst case scenario, you move your bishop back. But you could probably just ignore it. Again, just rook g8, and this bishop is doing nothing. It's completely non-productive. And this bishop is the worst piece to ever exist. You have a knight and a dark squared bishop. He has a dark squared bishop, light squared bishop. Opening up the dark squares isn't that big of a deal. If he trades dark squared bishops with you, then you could just, like, he can resign. But even in this position, there's just not that much. Again, if your king, if you had already castled, then it'd be a different story, because then the queen could get in. But even if his queen gets in, there's no mate. Like, okay, let's say he somehow magically plays 2 moves and plays queen g5. Or no, he can't play queen g5, queen f4. Like, how does he get his queen in? He has to come queen to he can't even come queen to h4. He can't go to h5, so he'd have to go to h3. So he needs to go like here in order to actually think about attacking you. But like, okay. So, and even then, what is he doing? What time control? I don't know. Guess I hear queen a3. First off, that loses a bishop, so he has to do something. So he's playing something stupid like this. But then queen takes a4, and it's all collapsing. It's all collapsing. And again, even if, like, let's say you give him a free move or something, and he plays queen a3. Great, wonderful, I'm so very afraid. Still, what is he doing? Like, still, what is he doing? Just king d8 or something. You just walk this way. Like, he moves the bishop, and now you can play h5. If you want to. You don't even have to play h5, because he's still not doing anything. You give him another free move, and it doesn't even matter. You play queen e8, and guess what? He's made his own king weaker. He's doing nothing. He is doing nothing. He is, we have given him 5 free moves, and he's only made his own king weaker. There is nothing in this position. Nothing. They brilliantly still lost? Okay, we'll have to, and I want to see it. That's what I mean. There's nothing there. Yeah, you were absolutely scared of ghosts, which is fine. That's super easy to do. That's why we analyze games afterwards. So you could see, oh, this is a ghost. Again, if this were a knight, and if the queen was, I mean, even if the queen's already here, but if this were a knight, different story. I would agree with you. But this is a light squared bishop. This piece cannot participate. But okay, king f8 definitely isn't terrible. It definitely isn't terrible, right? I don't hate it. It's just, you know, g6 and he's got no plan. But okay. King f8, bishop h7, right. Rook c3, right. Bishop back. And now he's weakened his own king again. Like, I mean, that's what I mean. King f8, like giving him this pawn, I'm not even sure he wants to take it. Yeah, look at the h file. What are you supposed to do? Is the bishop h7 bad for white? Probably. I would say yes. This looks scarier. I would rather let black keep the pawn, all things considered. I would just play bishop d2 and hope and pray that I can hold this. But he doesn't have bishop. No, he doesn't. Rook f3. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, no, this is depressing. This is horrible. Anyway, bishop d3, knight c4. Oh. Queen c1. He's trying, man. Okay, where's the bishop going? What was this opening? It was a attempt at a Smith Moore that transposed into an Alapin, or like a really bad Alapin. Ah, you want your queen in? Okay, no. I'll let you cook. No, you got a point. You got a point. I see you. I see you. No, I like it. It's good stuff. No. It's good. I like it. I like it. Very simple way of getting the queen in, and this bishop can come here in some lines. And also like b6, like you said, the bishop can come here or here. No. Good move, good move. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Here, knight takes. And then queen e7. Yeah, no, I like it. Why not bishop b4, a5, queen e7? Wait, what? Why not bishop b4, a5, and then queen e7? Let me think. No, I like bishop d8. Why not this? Well, the simple answer before I fully calculated this is because this bishop isn't actually doing anything. Even after you play a5, it's clogging up a file, but other than that, it's not productive. The bishop on d8 is more productive than the bishop on b4, which is weird to say. which is really weird to say, but it is. First off, rook c1. Right, if we go for the similar thing that would happen in the game. Can you analyze my game? For your turn I can, but you have to join the queue first. And like, it's just not as threatening. Again, this bishop's not contributing. It looks better, but it's not contributing. Versus the bishop on d8, if we go for the same plan. First off, I have rook a3, which is nice. This is weak. Yeah, it blocks the c7 and c8 squares. No rook c6? Wait, what? So you're saying bishop b4? Bishop b4, rook c1, knight e3, fx, rook... No rook c6, just queen e7? Okay. But then even more so, there's not a whole lot happening. You play queen h4 and I play rook g2. This bishop's no longer contributing. It's just not part of the position. And you can't go rook a6 here because the bishop takes c4. And then the queen gets in. Versus, if we go to the same position with bishop d8, rook c1, queen a3, bishop takes c4. That makes sense. Knight takes e3. Takes e3. Rook a3. No, wait, I messed up the line before. Give me a second. Bishop b4, rook c1, knight takes e3, f takes e3, rook a3, queen g2. What's the nuance here I'm missing? Rook c1, knight takes e3, f takes e3, rook a3, queen g2. Again, the bishop contributes more to the defense here. There's no infiltration on the dark squares. Now g6? Yeah, absolutely g6. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's the big difference here. Well, the bishop can't contribute to defense. Bishop g6 does in this position. But in this position it does not. Because there's no rook c1, rook c8 check. Look at that. The difference is there's no rook c8 because the bishop on d8 is guarded. Oh, that's hilarious. Look at that. That's the difference. This bishop does not contribute. This bishop contributes to the defense of the king's side. Beautiful. Beautiful. So that's the big difference. This bishop, like we said, this bishop contributes more to the position than this one does. The b file isn't important. These squares, none of them are important. These squares are important. No, but see, that's why principles are important. It's the bishops need to contribute. These squares are not important to the position. These ones are. Right? And so you kind of have to have faith. Which is why bishop d8 is a better move than bishop b4. Now, knowing that as a human is very difficult, unless you're like Magnus. But knowing that, but that's why you play based on principles. This is why spirituality is important in chess. Now, again, I would wager that all of this would have been way easier if you played g6 earlier. You wouldn't have had to calculate this, and the only reason the position's this difficult is because you didn't play g6. But that's beside the point. Please. g6, rook d1, rook here, queen c2. This looks wrong. Which tournament, Ronnie? Just biased? I'm not biased. Okay, if you're trying to find a way to break in, why can't we play queen g5? Dumb question. F4's got to be bad. Queen C8. What counterplay? Okay. Brain dead move, King G7. Rook A3 first off. First off, Rook A3. Rook A2, sorry. First off, Rook A2. But beyond that, just King G7. What counterplay? What counterplay? No, the move you should be calculating is Rook A2. That's why I said King G7 is brain dead. It's because you should be calculating this. But I don't feel like calculating that. So I'm just playing King G7 and saying, okay, you have no counterplay. There is none. It does not exist. It's the lazy move because you don't want to calculate Rook C2. King G7, there is no counterplay. Once again, dark squared weaknesses, dark squared bishop. There's nothing. Even if you play like F4 here, I go Queen G3. And again, like the bishop's guarded, everything's guarded. B pawn would have been weak. Honestly, don't remember. Let him take the B pawn. I am begging him to take the B pawn. Take the B pawn and let me take your king. I'll take that trade. I will take that trade. B pawn for the king. Let's go. You take my B pawn, you're dead. You do not have time for that. We have this phrase in Macedonian, right? It's the village is on fire and grandma is combing her hair. That's what this is. Taking the B pawn is the village is on fire. The village is on fire and the grandma is over here combing her hair. Like, come on. Come on, guys. You can't. You just can't do that. You just can't do that. F6, I don't like F6 at all. This is what gives him counterplay. I don't understand. Why don't we call that equanimity? Because it's not. F6 I hate so much. F6 I hate so much. It's like you're so worried about giving him a counterplay that you give him counterplay. It doesn't make any sense. Because now look at not there. Here, look at this. Look at the G file. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. Ew. Yeah, it's still the G file. Right now, there's nothing he can do to improve his position. You play Queen G5 and he's out of moves. What do you even do here? The computer's saying you have to play like Queen F2 to prevent Queen G3, because Queen G3 wins on the spot. But now, evidently, I can just take this pawn and play like, and then chill, which is hilarious. Yeah, F6 is very weakening. F6 does not contribute, but okay. Okay, F6, F5, and you still has the G file to worry about. King G7, okay. And see, now look, not only have you weakened the G file, but also the second rank is weak. So now something like Rook takes B7 is actually meaningfully difficult. Where it weakens Greg and Evan? It does. But it also weakens the second rank. Before, your king on G7 was unattackable. There, you couldn't get enough pieces around it to make any big problem. But now the second rank is weak enough that there's some weird back rank stuff to worry about. You can no longer just play King G7. Players in this game? Kate's like 2100chess.com. This is a classical game. And the opponent, I don't know. Oh, no, the opponent's an NM. The opponent's a 2070 rated FIDE. Absolutely, Cormac. I was going... you know how it works. Hello there, Dane. 3. If you're going to play a rook move, rook h6, guard the pawn immediately. Rook h3 is not good. You're not threatening anything. Give me the g-pawn. Show this right now? Yeah, portal shirt. Do not, like... Advice to your opponent who isn't here. He should be focusing on how to win the game for him. He's already got something guarding this. Kill him. Kill you. Like, why? Okay, h6, and now, oopsie, whoopsie, poopsie. Oopsie, whoopsie, poopsie. Yeah. Yeah. Remember how this was bad? I remember. It's a pretty long queue today, Dane. Again, some of those people probably aren't here still. Oops. Uh-oh. Yes, all of this was caused by F6. This was all caused by F6 weakening the G6 pawn. This is bad, very bad. Oops. Oops. It's a Jover. Not looking fun. Not looking fun and interactive. Again, F6 was terrible. F6 turned it bad. Rook H3 turned it losing. You deserve to lose after Rook H3. This is gone. You're dead. Rook H6 is much better. Attack and defense. B6, okay. Bishop takes, okay. Then Queen H4. Sure. Sure. And now we're just playing chess. Why did you give your opponent a free rook? Kate, why did you give your opponent a free rook? I had 1 minute. That's not a good defense. Yep. Yep. This is Kaisa punishing you for your sins. This is Kaisa punishing you for your sins. Rook C3 instead of Rook A4. Sure. Rook C3 would have been fine. Some queen move. Queen G2. Plenty of moves. No, but Queen H5. Wait, hold on. What were we saying? Rook C3, Queen Queen G2, Queen H5. Where's your queen going, my guy? I'll come back, Norwegian. Why Rook A4 bad? Rook A4 is bad because I have it's not that bad, honestly. It's playable, but you have to play Rook A7 and hold everything. There's just a lot of weaknesses. Rook A4 is playable, but it's just so hard. It's drawish, but you have to be super careful. You could lose this on a dime. I mean, probably this and yeah, no. Yeah, it's probably going to be a repetition here. But I don't have to play Rook H3. I can play Rook C1 and then move my queen and then go Rook C8. So I can still play on here as white. It's a drawish position, but I would say black has to be a little bit more careful. White has a draw in command, which means I can keep playing for a while. Then Rook C7. All right. Yeah. You're probably right. Best case is hard to find him, but maybe Rook B2. I think you're thinking Rook A1 in that position, though. Could be right. No, Queen C8. Rook B2, and then I get my queen in. I wouldn't go for the draw here. I'd play Rook B2. Rook B2, over defend this, and then my queen gets in somehow. It's not that easy. Obviously, it is still a draw objectively. However, Rook C7 again. Okay. Ooh. Queen somewhere. here. Queen d3. Queen g2. Queen g2 is also possible, but oh, now we go to c1. Okay, I let you chill on c1. What are you threatening? First off, I can go d2, but then okay, one. Are you threatening anything meaningful? Can I go here? I can. Now you have to try g5. F takes, rook g6. Either way, it's a difficult position low on time. In a normal position, I'd be willing to play either side here, but yeah, it's a struggle. Again, there's still chess to be played is my point. It's still chess to be played, but f6 is a sin. f6 is a sin. f6 undermines your entire position. You're a sin? Yeah. Is I'm always written with a capital I? I's are written with a large I? Yes. I'm is always written with a capital I in formal written English. Grammatically correct written English. It does not matter nearly as much in informal contexts. Well, it depends on the sin. This is a chess sin, which means Kaisa deletes you, which is what happened in this game. I'm should always be written with a capital I. It's a contraction of the words I and am. So f6 is not good. Chess gods punish you. Or the chess goddess. And in this case, Kaisa did. Okay, Cormac, your turn. What do you want to show us? f6, I don't know what you're cooking. I still think g6 would have been the more practical choice instead of king f8, but okay. I stand by g6 being just a better move that's easier to play and gives better chances for black, but okay. Even after king f8, you were doing very well, nicely. And you played the resulting position very well up until f6. It was a nice game. It really was. And even king f8 was a good move. You just know from a stylistic perspective, I just want to kind of sit and let my opponent suffer. And g6, my opponent's suffering. Here we go. What is this? Is this playable? Why do all your opponents play weird stuff like this? 6 bishop g5, knight d7. I like knight d7. No, it's not a good move, but I like it. I, for me, always cringe when I see non-capital I. Mostly because of English class in 4th grade. I got scolded and basically called dumb from my teacher for not knowing it as late as 4th grade. From then on, it's ingrained in my skin. I could see that. I don't like... I mean, I don't think... but I think that's an L on your teacher more than anything else. Like, come on. It's not that big of a deal. It's important to know, but capitalization rules are weird. Because there's not an amazing reason why you should be capitalizing your I's. It's kind of dumb. Because it's like, okay, you don't capitalize anything else. Yeah, it's for proper nouns, but in the beginning of a sentence. But you also capitalize the letter I, even though it's not a proper noun. You don't capitalize you. You don't capitalize he. I don't know. Two items, thanks. They show the other two. Go for it. No idea. Just use telepathy. Not all of us can use telepathy. h6, bishop h4. Bishop c4 seems a little premature. Okay, night cake. Appreciate you showing us the game. It's interesting. Good stuff. g4 seems a little premature. Like, why are we pushing on the king side before the center has been resolved? Your opponent's going to play e4 at some point, and when he does, this g4 move is going to look weakening, because you're not going to have a good place to put your king. It's just not principle to be pushing pawns in the center, pushing pawns on the side before you decide what you're going to do with the center. Because now if something like this, and it feels like it's more of a weakness than anything else. And after captures, then the f pawn's going to be weak unless you play f6. But you play f6, and that's counter positional. It just... It's a little incongruent with what it looks like the way the game's going. Okay, bishop f2. Bishop g7. Okay. It's not terrible. I just don't love it. Castles. Bishop d3. e5. I mean, again, per usual, Carmine plays a move I don't like and then proceeds to do a very good job justifying it. Would e5 work before bishop g7? Probably. Probably. Bishop g7 first can't be that bad, but e5 does work before bishop g7 first. It's interesting. Castles, bishop d3, e5, 2, rook e8. Okay. So far, pretty reasonable. If a little non-standard. c5. I mean, hey, white's pieces are in a weird sort of clump. Take the center while you got it, right? Knight f1. Why are we playing knight f1? Why are we playing knight f1? Get the king out of the center. Ooh, I don't like this at all. c5 I wouldn't find. c5 makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot. c5 I would find, but the only reason I would find it is because it's like a Catalan idea. Bishop d7 c5. It's like bishop d2 c4 in the Catalan. e4 c4. You keep both pawns in the center, put a lot of pressure on. It's a very normal Catalan thing. White played c3 knight f1. I don't like knight f1. So knight f1's not good. Negate the king out of the center. Black's putting pressure on the center. You don't want your king to be there long term. It's a bad idea. Already things are looking a little bit suspicious. Maybe there's a takes and push or a push and takes. It's not looking good. White is trolling. White's playing weird. c4. What's the purpose of c4? b5. Now this I definitely disagree with. I've been soft disagreeing with moves for a while now, but this one I actually disagree with. Your opponent's king is stuck in the center for at least another 2 moves. Why am I not opening the center? My gut instinct is e-takes. Don't know if that's good, but that's my gut instinct. First person singular? Singular pronoun? I don't know. I don't know if this is good. Because to be fair, it's not immediately obvious how you break through, right? And if I can get my queen out in time, then I should be okay. But I don't know. Individualism. American individualism. You're very welcome. We are very individualist. A computer wants you to play e4. Which this might even be better. You know, this is definitely better. But my point is, your opponent's stuck in the center and is undeveloping his pieces. Kill him. I never know why, but it feels good. Mirrored London. Well, you know, in London it definitely is good. Yeah. Individualism's a fun word. It's about it's American individualism that you do a capital I and a lowercase us. That's very true. I am more important than us. There's no I in team, but there's a me, gosh darn it. Okay, anyway. This looks even better. The point is, the king's stuck in the center and he's been undeveloping his pieces. Let's kill him. c4 and then pushing. You're playing for something, but you're kind of justifying his idea where it's like, okay, now he gets this and the knight gets it. Like, EX, knight of fate, queen d2, a5, castle short. And see, it's not as bad as it was. You have a queenside pawn majority, it's nice, but where's the me in team? There's an E and there's an M. The me is not there in the sense that there's a literal me, but there are the letters to compose the word me. Queen d6, knight f5, bishop takes, bishop takes. That knight was really good. I would rather play bishop f5 and try to trade the bishop. And then play knight f5. Maybe it's dumb, but I would rather do it that way. Bishop g3. These bishops looking good. Again, you kind of justified White's idea for him. But now he's giving you free squares for your knight. That's so polite of him. Knight g6. Moves purpose in cheating and other similar moves? I don't think so. That's a bit of a stretch in my opinion, Void. Also, why are we moving with this knight? Hold on a second. Why? This knight makes so much more sense. And then if he takes, the computer saying takes the queen. I was thinking takes with pawn, and he never gets his knight in for the rest of the game. Maybe this is a bit too spicy, but I was thinking takes with pawn, and he never gets his knight anywhere productive, and this is dominant. Look at that knight, man. Oh. And if here, I'm almost ready to sack the exchange. But no, knight d3. Oh. I think you want rook e2. Rook e2. Yeah, but I play knight takes h5. Do you have rook e2 here? I don't think you have rook e2. What does rook e2 accomplish? No, because I'm threatening this. You don't have rook e2. You could try that, but then I'm winning a piece. No, yeah. You don't have rook e2. If you had rook e2, then it'd be a different story. Then we could talk. But and you don't have rook e2. Because I take on h5 first. That's why I like this so much. It's because I'm getting... Because if you take, I get to d3 and you lose. NX what? Wait, what? I take. And then you take. Well, yeah, I'm now g3. And your knight no longer does anything. Again, still black is better, obviously. Like, black is always better, right? I'm not trying to argue that black is worse in this position. I'm just trying to say this versus having knight on d3 with no light squared bishop, not the same. No. This is very good for black. But this is just good for black. This is completely crushing for black. This is dominant. This is like destructive. This is soul rending. What are you supposed to do? Like, let's say you play a dumb waiting move. And like knight h4 and I get in here. No. What do you... Okay, if you don't take, I play bishop, I play knight h4 immediately. If you don't take here, I play knight h4 immediately and you resign. Knight h4 resigns is the next move. I'm not even sure which knight I take with. Appreciate how worth it taking with the pawn on g6 is to be rid of the bishop. Yeah. If you do anything but play bishop takes g6, I play knight h4 and you resign. H knight? Sure, but that's not the point. The point is you must take this. You must. It is not optional. You must take this to prevent knight h4. And so if you take this, then I take with g-pawn, and your knight does nothing, and I have the strongest piece on the board. Now, evidently taking with queen is even stronger. For the same reason, this knight does nothing, I have the strongest piece on the board, it just doesn't double my pawns, and it makes this queen also equally strong, which is equally true. So takes the queen is better. But I'm just playing simply. Just like knight fg2, knight f3 wins the queen. Exactly my point, Void. Again, knight h4 is game ending, is decisive. It doesn't matter which way you take. It's decisive. And then the queen can come like here and here. And you just get in. King h1, like legit just queen e6 is so hard to deal with. I mean, he can because of knight f5, but like worst case scenario, I just go back and I have cleanly won a pawn and I still have the best 2 knights on the board. You have the world's worst set of pieces. It's depressing. It's depressing. There's nothing for you to do. You have your 1 check and then you have nothing. Congratulations, you have 1 check. So you must take this. And then after you take this, I take either one of these ways, and this knight's unstoppable, and I'm coming to d3, and you can resign. King's pawns are too weak. Everything is too weak. So you must take. And then after queen takes, I get knight d3, and the game ends. Bishop e3, knight d3. Then this is even an idea, like f5, f4, which is disgusting. To the point where the computer's saying to play f4 for white here. And then I am now threatening knight takes b2 as well, since the bishop's hanging. It's just everything in this position. And on knight f4, knight takes h5, knight takes h5. Still very good for black. But it's no longer soul crushing. You can now think about playing a game of chess as the white pieces after g3, or maybe there's some other move, but g3 is the first thing that comes to mind for me, because like, okay, this knight isn't the best piece of all time. Still, I'd rather have the knight here because his bishop is depressed. Like the nitpicking's the fun part. And see, this is why it's so interesting, is because this is just picking which knight to go to the square with. That's the only difference. Anyway, so knight gf4, he does not take. B takes c3, sure. B takes. Sure. Queen d6. Bishop b1. Oh, I was thinking you were going to play knight takes h3, and I was like, hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's a pawn. I think that's a pawn. That's a pawn, right? I think that is a pawn. Better yet, if he takes it, it's like almost an exchange because the rook's trapped. I mean, you could take back with bishop, but then your queen gets in. Ooh. Ooh. That's a pawn. But okay. Wanna do. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry Q's taking so long. I try to go into detail because I find it so much fun. I would say giving you your money's worth, but because you're not paying any money, giving you your money's worth would be not analyzing at all, so. Bishop f8. Sure. Queen c2. Knight d3. And he let you play knight d3. He invited knight d3 in with queen c2, and now he's going to pay for it with his life. Knight e3, knight hf4. Even that's beautiful. Look at these. Look at these knights, man. What are you even supposed to do? Take time's the best part is. Knight g4, queen e6. Look at what are you even supposed to do? Knight e5, rook b8. Oof. Bishop e3, and then rook b2. And then now it's just, you can resign. Queen a4, rook takes g2, and it's force mate. Beautiful. Beautiful. So it's the kind of the same sort of idea that won you the game, is how strong those knights are once they just infiltrate the white position. What a beautiful example. What a beautiful example of the knights dominating the bishops. In this game, the knight pair completely annihilated the bishop pair. It wasn't close. Exactly that, except not that. Except yes, that. What a beautiful example of the knight pair dominating the bishop pair. Good stuff. You love to see it. But come on, Cormac. Knight GF. Come on, give us the other one. Okay, anyway. Good stuff. Good game. Okay. Now whose turn it is? I don't remember. It's Thunder's turn. I'm not sure Thunder's here. See, this is the nice part. Even if you enter queue a little bit later, if you're persistent, then a lot of times people aren't even here. Knight GF is yucky. A little bit yucky. Because you let him get knight takes h5. Without knight takes h5, it's all the same. But you let him have knight takes h5. This just... It's just... Ugh. Ugh. That's all it is ugh. But okay. Good game. Good knights. Yep, Thunder is not here, which means it is Ronnie's turn. Ronnie is here, I'm fairly certain. This is the good stuff. Okay, Ronnie sent my challenge. Perfect. Haven't studied this at all yet, so hopefully I don't play too terribly. I think it's bishop g7 before d6. I forget the move order, because it changes depending on the line. But this is fairly standard so far. Or she played e5? What do you mean? e4, e5? Or are you trying to get me to play like a Budapest or something? This is the position where I go knight c6, I think. I feel like I'm remembering this right. c4, e5? Reverse Sicilian? Yeah, I've considered it. Doesn't this blunder a piece? I legit had this exact same position at chess club yesterday. And the guy blundered a piece the exact same way. Literally the exact same moves. The only difference is he started with d4 and not c4. Literally the exact same way. Why does everyone blunder a piece like this? Move for move, 100% the same. Which way do we move the knight again? And this can't be that bad, right? I'm never sure where to move the knight. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's here. It's annoying. It's usually a5 though. But I think this is different since I'm winning a piece. I'll go c7. I'll go e7. Don't know how many times I'll speak like this, but really a lot. So it happens all the time, man. b8? b8 also makes sense to go to d7. Maybe b8 was better. Because d7 is a common idea. And also to over-defense this pawn a bit better so he doesn't get two pieces of the pawn. Yeah, you might have been right. Maybe it was b8. I'm never sure. b8, d7, c5. Yeah. You definitely got trapped. Oh yeah, because the queen's already on e8. I forget, you don't go knight here when the queen's already on e8. It's an important nuance. Can I take this? I can take this, right? Pretty sure I can. No need? Well, I want to. It's not about need, it's about want. c6 probably? 6 is definitely fine. But this knight's kind of annoying. Unless you're saying knight c6. Yeah, but I could have... c6 gives him d6, and I have to start thinking. The knight might actually just be trapped there. Which is very funny, but that's beside the point. c6, d6, it looks like the knight's trapped. And then I could probably play knight d5, but then I have to deal with like d7. I don't want to have to deal with that. This just looks easier. Do I take with bishop or with queen? I think bishop. I think. Let's see, this works. What's it? A piece for a pawn? And like my pieces are going to get developed and we're good. Both good? Yeah, both good. They're both definitely fine. There's not a huge obvious problem with either. Gift me the pawn. B2 too weak? Yeah. I'm surprised by that. I was expecting rook c1 or b1. I mean, now it's just, you know, technique. Definitely here. Bishop b6, bishop b7 also works. I'm up a piece, so I'm totally satisfied trading pieces, right? That's the thing. Thank you, Sumner. I'm up a piece. I don't mind trading queens. And now I can do this, and it's even safer. Very simple endgame to play. I'm slowly trying to eliminate all the weaknesses from my position. I think I'm doing. I'm going to get back up to 22. Just not yet. Need to add some drama to the arc. Yeah. A classic. Need to get more patient. B6, bishop b7 is plenty patient. Sorry, no problem. I was just talking that at chess club yesterday, literally, I had someone I was playing against blunder a piece in the exact same way. He even played a3. He played a3 to blunder the piece. That's what's so funny about it. Yeah. He played a6 to blunder the piece. That's why it was so funny to me. It's like, oh, it's literally the exact same thing. Okay, queen e8 wasn't correct, but I don't know. I forget my moves in this position. What do you want me to play? Knight h5. Queen e8, a3, and then e5, and then it's just, you know. Yeah, you're right. Knight b8 was definitely better. I mean, it all wins. It all wins. But b8, out of the 3 squares for the knight, this is definitely the worst one. Definitely the worst one. Here and here are definitely better. So, knight e7 is definitely a bit lazy. Hey, but knight e takes does work. Nice. After 1 hour, nobody cares, Tim. No, you're totally right. But then knight takes does work, and now it's just +5. I was fully expecting queen a4. In which case I hadn't decided on my move yet. Probably would have played queen e5. And then something like this. But yeah, b3 was also, b6 was also totally acceptable here. It's just c5 check. I didn't want to have to deal with this. It's obviously very good for me, but we'll see what I want to do. You said you were 1970, 1950? What did you say you were? It was like mid to high 1900. I remember that. It was lost from that move. Oh, yeah. Then all of this is just very slow. Then rook e8. Then you play like rook e2 or something. I go b6, bishop here, and I will never lose this game. Because not only are you down a piece, you have 0 counterplay. You have no opportunity to ever break through because I control everything. More carefully against you, that queen move was too strange. That queen move's a pretty standard idea in the Dutch, I believe. I know it wasn't correct. But it's a very normal idea in the Dutch to play queen e8, both with the idea of d5, or e5, and with the idea of h6, g5, and then getting the queen in this way. Queen e1's a very normal thing, but only in the Dutch. It's a Dutch exclusive. It's a Dutch classic. That's why I like about the Dutch. There's so many moves in the Dutch that are so backwards, except for in the Dutch, because the positions are so unique. Yeah, that's, 1950. Okay, 1950. Yeah, so it's not gonna... 1950, that's not that low, much lower than me want to do. Come on. I know what it's called, I just don't remember. Yeah, I forget what it's called too, but I know there's a name for it. It's a Bullet Classic. Okay, what was your chess.com name want to do? I've lost to players way worse than 1950. I regularly lose to players way worse than 1950. Maybe less, Ronnie, depending on how you do. 1930, 2100 to be like 3.56.4, maybe like 7.3. Well, if we say, I know 200 point is 3 to 1, right? Or 3 to... Yeah, 200 point is like 3.3 to 1. So a little less than that. Would be a little less than that even. What's just.com name? You saw one? Are you French Fighter? French Fighter 66? Yeah, okay, excellent. He plays you in a 10-round match? Yeah. 3-6 sounds about right. 3-6-7-3 sounds about right. France. Oh, D5, bad choice. D5's a completely reasonable choice. With 2-8 probably lowest? Yeah, no, it's not worse than 2-8. It's not worse than 2-8. Yeah, no, we're talking statistics. What's the most likely outcome? Let's have some fun. Let's see how you deal with this. You play Catalan? Well, he's playing a Slav, so I can't exactly play a Catalan against it, but I'm going to go for this, because while this is not technically the best way of playing this position, it's a very interesting one that demands a certain level of creativity from the black pieces, and I want to see what he does. I want to understand his reaction. There's a few different ways you can go about playing this, and some are better than others. And I love poking people and seeing how they play this. Tells you a lot about a chess player. Yeah, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Look how interesting that is. We just learned a lot from the fact that he played 97. Black risotto? Ooh, I love some risotto. What's a black risotto? Is that like a specific type? Which is what we call it. Seafood. So seafood risotto. I just love saying the word risotto. It's just a very fun word to say. I don't usually play like this. We're gonna try it. Risotto. Thank you. Risotto. I don't usually play like this, but I want to have some fun. So I'm trying it out. Again, I'm very much poking and prodding this game. So my intention was to do this. What's the message in English? My accent's different. Now, it's probably more different than it should be. I probably overemphasize it a little bit. I have been told that I kind of do. But, you know. We try. English like a Russian or something. I mean, I could see that. Slavic languages have a very specific set of sounds. And so if you are a native English speaker, then it's very easy to pick up on that set of sounds and say, oh, that person is from Eastern Europe. And because geography is not a strong suit of America, Eastern Europe means Russia. Come on, Slavic accent sound like a demon. That's what I mean. But again, Slavic accent is a normal thing that exists in many countries. It's not just a Russia thing. But there's not a whole lot of distinction because it's not a region particularly well known to native English speaking audiences. This is such a depressing position to play as black. I've played these positions. They're just no fun. They are just no fun. Should have played Rook A6 like 4 moves ago, man. Like back here, Rook A6 immediately. Alright, B8 again? What do you mean again? Back to B8? Well, yeah. You know what? I'm actually going to play this. G4 is a little annoying. I placed first in my school with 84%. Hey, like brother, like sister, right? Bishop E5 looks reasonable. Bishop E5 did look reasonable. I considered Bishop E5. I almost played it. Bishop E5 just F6, and I'm not sure the inclusion of F6 and we're twins. Hey, that is super funny. I just wasn't sure after F6 if inclusion of F6 helped me or him. I should have calculated it out more fully. I was being a little lazy, truth be told. How does he defend C6? He doesn't. Same lines as Rook, so it might be good. I don't know. Yeah, Bishop E5 could have been good. I was also calculating Bishop D6. I just didn't want to allow takes, and then Knight B8, which is depressing for him to play, but it's still something, a resource in the position that I didn't see the reason to allow. He doesn't need to defend this, but after Rook C8, it's actually a little annoying for me to hold on to. Actually, no, I have. Oh, he's doing that immediately? This looked good to me. I mean, it is kind of just a pawn. Castle's kingside. I was going to play king d2 before castle's kingside, truth be told. I'd rather play king d2. What's my king doing on g8? I'd rather it guard these soft points. Bishop f4. Considering bishop f4. Bishop f4, rook a8 is just a little... he actually can't play rook a8. No, he totally can. Because then rook a1. No, but he can't... But that doesn't help him at all. Maybe bishop f4 is good. Yeah, where does the knight go? Has to be f6. That's not even a good square for it, though. I'm not going to castle. I don't want to castle kingside. I would rather play king d2. e4 is weak. The square? If he does this, I take with bishop and I celebrate because this bishop's garbage. No, knight e4 helps me, not him. I just run a d3? Oh yeah, worst case. But I always just take this. And no matter which way he takes, it doesn't help his position at all. I'm not afraid of knight e4. h5, h6, my bad. h4. h4 looks fine. Bishop c7 back. I see no reason. I see no purpose to that move. Bishop c7, he plays rook e8. What have I done? What does bishop c7 do? Maybe I can go h4. I go h4 or I just let him. Who cares? What's he going to do? f6? Sure. I just stack up on the 7th, right? Bishop 7, bishop 4 back. I don't see a reason to. I mean, yeah, technically it burns time off this clock, but I don't typically play moves for that reason. If you trade like, but f3 is also a move. The only reason I don't want to play f3 is because maybe pawn takes, and then I'd have to play bishop takes, and e2 is a long-term weakness. ef3 better, but ef3, then he gets the e-file for free. I don't want to give him a free file. Now this I like for me, because I get bishop e5, and if I can take this, I can poke and prod. Bishop goes to h3. But then he gets knight e4, which is what we're trying to avoid. Ooh. Never mind. The point is moot. I am just going to politely walk into his position. Where his pieces go? That's my point. Your pawn is on f3? Ah, that's a good point. Takes and then bishop h6. But then he gets the open e-file. And I was trying to avoid that. Maybe there was nothing to avoid and it's not dangerous, but it seems suspicious. Again, I'm up a pawn, but more importantly, I have control over the position. It doesn't matter much? Yeah, but I don't want to give him more counterplay. I want to take away counterplay. Do I want to trade rooks? Not particularly. Because more of my pawns are on dark squares. If I can waste a few moves, then I want to trade rooks. But right now, I don't. Rook c6, king f4. Bishop c6, king f4. Bishop c6, he goes check again. I'm thinking bishop g5, but then f6. Bishop d6? What does bishop d6 do? Again, he plays bishop check, guys. F3? I'm considering f3, but that gives him a square for his rook to enter the position, which is why I'm being very careful about it. f3 takes, then he has rook check, right? And he gets to get in the position. That's why I'm not immediately playing f3. King f8. Rook e7, king f8. Rook e7, rook a8. That's the problem. Rook e7 isn't productive. Again, the point is, the big advantage for me in this position is the fact that he doesn't have any moves to play. Bishop g5, and then he plays f6, right? If not for f6, then... What the heck is that move? Never mind. If he played f6, then it would have been different. But this is bad. Because he doesn't have bishop h6 check. He blundered. Bishop g5, he plays f6. That's the point. And then when I move my bishop back, he still retains the ability to check. But h6 isn't as good because now he doesn't have check. And that was a critical defensive resource for him. h5, let him play h5. I get in. It doesn't matter anymore. He plays check. I play king f5. It's too late. I get in. The point of the check isn't that it's a check. The point of the check is that it prevents my king from walking in. But now my king walks in. Well, f6 was the best move. You have to calculate the best move, guys. Right now, there's nothing better, but that's not the point. h5, king f5. That's my point, Nabo. But back here, he could have played f6. Bishop c4, g4 hang. Yeah, everything hangs. Now it's too late. My king gets in. It's GG's. My point was back here, he could have played f6. f6, bishop f4. I wasn't sure. I hadn't calculated that far ahead. But I think f6 improved my position, which is why I played it. King h5 is probably it. I don't think it matters. Bishop g5 is better. Maybe. Should be over, but it's not the most obvious thing yet. This pawn is annoying. Well, flagging, obviously, but I'm trying to calculate the position as a chess position, not as a chess position plus time. Rook g7, king h. What's that even threaten? I mean, he's winning now just because of time, if nothing else, but... time, but... Very interesting. Very, very interesting. What's flagging? It's playing fast so your opponent runs out of time. Or rather, prompting your opponent to run out of time. It's called flagging because in old analog chess clocks that were like actual like watches, you know, so they're mechanical, what happened is when your opponent ran out of time, a little flag fell down to indicate that they were out of time. Because it was, you know, a ticking clock, so it's not obvious on the thing. The flag falls, right? A little flag falls down to show they're out of time. And so we still call it flagging to this day. Nice game. Thank you. I think so. So here's the thing I want to do. This was a little bit of a skill check. And I want to tell you why. This line that I played... Yes. This opening that I played is not the best way of playing this. However, most people don't know how to play against it because it's a very unique position. And so now we're going to learn. Knight a6. The b4 square is one of the key weaknesses in this position. Knight d7, not terrible, but a little bit worse. Additionally, so there's like two things. One, there's this weakness, and two, e5. You should be playing for e5. Break in the center. Those are like the two main ways you play this. So this is fine. You have to push for some sort of advantage. In these positions, if you don't, then you're just going to get kind of rolled over. Now, evidently, this is terrible because you have knight b5. I'm not sure why knight b5 is a big deal. You win this. That's why. Now, if I play like any knight move that I would plan on playing, you play knight takes d4. Okay, so I missed that, but okay. Close queue. Yeah, I probably should. Who many? How many people left in queue? 9. Ooh, I definitely... 9 times 10, hour and a half. Yeah, I'm going to close queue because I do have a tournament tomorrow, so... it's only 9:30. I'm going to wait. Should I wait? No, I shouldn't wait. I'll close queue. And if we get done quick, then I'll just end quick so I sleep more. So I win at the tournament. E takes, B takes, B5, bishop H6, G6, bishop F4, bishop B7. I told you I should have played rook A6 sooner. And now, after B5, you should be playing A6, right? And now, after A6, it's still difficult because this is still a push I can make. But at least you're holding on to something and you don't have this weakness on the open file. Playing B5, this is now a forever weakness. Perma weakness. You can never make this not weak. You've basically already lost this pawn. Okay, so I'm playing correct moves. Only rook takes c6 was better here. I was a little bit scared in this position like knight b8. But evidently you take this anyway. You just literally don't care and you just win all the pawns. Beautiful. Okay. We just sack the exchange. Based. Castles, bishop f4, rook fd8, king e2, bishop f8, rook h1. Did you show the shirt? I think I did. I don't think I did 6 minutes ago, though. I didn't think he expected rook c6. I said he expected rook c6. Well, rook c6 makes sense, but I just Went a little bit slower. This would have been better. I could have gone rook takes, rook c7. Or no, rook b6, even better. And force him to do this, and he has to suffer. Yeah, it's a portal ship. And then look at that. Not yet, but rook takes f6, and the knight hangs. So he can't. Ooh. C4 is nice, and if he takes this way, then now rook takes c6. Yeah, so I do this at c4. Okay, I missed that. But now it's still very bad. Bishop g5, f6, bishop f4, and I wasn't sure how to continue this. It's c4. Interesting. And then I get the king in this way. Wow. That's crazy. And the bishop guards c1, so it doesn't matter. c4 is hard. I don't think it's the only way in. Also good is rook d7, apparently. King d2 is also fine. Why is king d2 fine? So I pick rook a6. King g6, let's say. Yeah, I basically have to play c4 at some point. Yeah, I have to find c4 eventually. Not now. Your games? For my own games, I always analyze, usually with a friend first, but no, I don't start with the engine. I start with my own analysis. Did think about king d2, but I saw nothing. I did think about king d2 as well, I just wasn't sure. But, I mean, h6 is just slightly worse. I'm not sure if you're listening. Wanted to, but that's what we're talking about. h6, you don't have bishop check anymore. After f6, the problem is the same, because any time I move, you play bishop check, and it's very difficult for me to find a way in. But after h6, you remove the only defensive resource in the position, and when my king gets in, the game ends. Here, it's very sneaky, because if I take this and suddenly rook a6, evidently it's not even that bad, but I was just afraid in this position that my rook was hanging, so I don't have time to take the bishop. Evidently, it doesn't matter, it's just rook d7, and it doesn't matter at all, because c6 and my pawn's too fast. But I was a little bit paranoid, and I didn't have the time to calculate fully, so I just played safely. And now my pawn's just too fast. Check rook g7, king h6, king f5. Sure thing. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that during the game. And then king f5 is what you wanted, right? Again, I don't understand. King f5, what were you threatening again? Check, 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 wins rook. Yeah. But no, I don't have check here. Wait, what were you threatening? Check, king h7, what was the threat? No, but that doesn't work because I'm not I'm not guarding h6, so you could just play king takes to h6. There's no threat here. Not saying it's a bad move, but I'm not threatening anything. Rook g6, what? Ah, rook g6, then king g5. That seems a bit slow. Let's say bishop here. Rook g6, king h7, king h5. Yeah, but now rook g8, and he wins this pawn. And he has a passer. It's too many moves. It's too many moves. It's too much time for something that's not forcing. If it's forcing, then we're talking. But I would rather go and try to win his c6 pawn than go for a tactic, which you'll probably see. It's a good idea, but it doesn't work yet. So it's a good idea to keep in your back pocket just in case he plays something bad and suddenly it works. You know? It's 30 seconds. That's not how you should be playing chess, Void. We call that hope chess. It's like, oh, it's 30 seconds on the clock. You won't see it. That's not how you play chess. That's not how I play chess. That's how you play chess in Blitz or Bullet, and you win. But I don't win in Blitz and Bullet. And then here, rook c6. It's just not here. Hope so. Thing. You do that in losing positions. In a winning position where you don't need to do that, don't risk your position on your opponent missing a tactic. Don't gamble when you're winning. Gamble when you're losing. Now, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So just give me a second, then we'll continue to the next person. Let me grab my hairbrush. Yeah, I completely missed that pain. To c6 to make a fortress. F6, I mean, yeah. It's not a fortress technically because I still have c4 to break through, but we did review that one. Again, f6 doesn't work because I have c4, but c4 is hard to find. Not sure I would have found it with that much time on the clock. In classical, I'm fairly certain I would have found it because it is the sort of thing you look for. It's Local's turn. And if he's here, he has a classical game for us. Not sure if he is, though. Alco GPT working overtime. Neiman is not in form. Really? I find it hard to feel bad for him. I'm sending you a game. Go for it, Tin. Hopefully, we finish Q early. That way I can go to bed early because I do have a tournament tomorrow. That would be poggers, as the kids say. Ah. Classic? No, it's just a rapid. When the queue closes, that mean no one else can join? You play the rest of the players in the queue? Yes, that is exactly what it means, Thunder. That is precisely what that means. Hit the nail right on the head. Do you want me to send you a game request, Tin? Because I'm not seeing... Ah, here we go. Sweet, because I joined last second. In that case, you're golden. Barring a catastrophe. I learn. I will not make the same mistake that I made in the cringe game you sent for Guess the Elo. What do I play in this position? I mean, usually it's something like, I don't know if I'm supposed to take here. Blob evolved? It's only backwards. No, okay. But I can never remember if and when you're supposed to take. I'm not amazing at these positions. I'm really not, but I can cook. What's your new name in the evolved form? I don't know. I'm not that evolved. I'm only a little bit evolved. It's like new and improved, but by new and improved, they mean like 5% better. It's like, okay, yeah, it is new and improved. You're right, but I don't know why we're getting so excited about it, you know? Like when they release a new iPhone or something. E5? E5, knight d5, and you have to always calculate that. That's the standard, it's classic. Now maybe that's good anyway, because I bring my knight into one of these squares. It's a normal thing, but... No, I think knight takes was a little bit suspicious. I think he should have gone queen takes, that way he could play e5. Although maybe that allows this. I don't know. I'm unsure. e5, queen e2? Yeah, but then he's immediately threatening to win that. If in this position I go e5, knight d5, queen e2, he takes here. I'm not sure with what, actually, but he takes with something, and he's up a pawn. And either way, this d4 pawn is weak. And so I would have... If I take there first, then he takes with one of these two pawns, and now he's solidly up a pawn, and I'm never winning the c4 pawn back. It's not as obvious as it looks, Void. I mean, I enjoy playing these positions, and I like to think I do pretty well in them, but they're not as obvious as they look. Not used to this? Yeah, they're weird. These positions are weird. I don't blame you. These are very bizarre positions. That's why I like them so much. I feel like they give me a chance to flex my positional chess muscles. But obvious they are not. Now e5. Now I'm very much considering e5. Because now it's different. Now any knight move to the center without the c-pawn is very much capturable. And if he doesn't move his knight to the center, then I'm considering something like this. Although, to be fair, knight d7, this pawn is a little weak, so maybe I'd have to go knight e4 and bring the other pawn in. Yeah, time for the bishop to shine, and more importantly, his bishop to suffer. So this, and then like knight e4, bringing this knight to d6, looks beautiful. So e5 I'm very strongly considering. It depends on what his next move is, but in a lot of situations I'll play e5. In a lot of positions I play e5. Even knight b5 could do something. Oh yeah. No, e5's a consideration, knight b5's a consideration. e5 looks like it has sauce. I'm going for it. Where do you move this knight? And this bishop's depressed. And that's my plan. I wish I had a bishop on f4. So, if at some point he trades off this bishop, f4 is sometimes a move. Which maybe I can take this and then play knight d6. Get rid of his dark squared bishop, play knight d6, and then I have f4. Which, pretty. Very pretty. Don't know if it's good yet. Haven't decided, but it's an idea. Maybe. f4 is just risky whenever he has a dark squared bishop still. Once you get rid of the dark squared bishop, it's significantly less risky, but... My plan was b4 here. Kind of ask the knight the very uncomfortable question of where do you want to go. If he trades queens, then I take with d-rook, and even rook, and not even knight b3 doesn't do anything. It basically traps his knight. And maybe like a b5 after knight d6. Knight d6 is just so strong. And in b4 even strengthens it further. Imagine I play bishop takes and then go knight d6 and basically say, hey, guess what? I don't care. How do you teach someone who doesn't know how the pieces move? You start with how the pieces move, you practice that, and you move on step by step. You have to take it slow, but you could totally take it slow. Man, you know what I want to do really bad? I really want to take this, bishop takes, take this, rook takes, knight d6, and play that endgame with the knight on the d6 square. I don't know if it's best, but it looks so annoying for black. I feel like I'm having all the fun. Do you ever teach old people? I haven't. No, I haven't. Because you older people in Macedonia usually are less interested in learning and are pretty happy with where they are in chess. I'm not against it, but I just haven't met someone who'd want to learn. I'm gonna go for this. I'm gonna try it out. I don't know if this is good for me or not, but it just looked funny. You take it slow. You say anything interesting? Your turn, but you can just take that in a moment. It doesn't have to be right now. I can wait. I think this kind of disproved my idea, which is unfortunate. I mean, I still think I'm not doing too terribly in this rook endgame, but... What didn't make sense? Sure, I'll have you analyze one of my wins from my last tournament. Sick. We can do that. $94. What else was I supposed to play? Knight C4? You think that was better? Knight B5? Maybe. I'll look at that in a second, local. Yeah, you're probably right. No, even then he has A6 though. I'm not sure he has A6 there. No, but on A6 I have Knight C7. Yeah, you're probably right. It's getting late. My chess ability is going down. Like it does. My senses are tingling. Again, it's that time of day. Sure. I mean, you'll be next, local, so that's no problem. I want to hear what happened to your music. The music I was listening. Well, so I've changed the back end of my streaming, and because of that, the music's become more complicated. And while I've been working on it, I've been working on it pretty slow because college has got me pretty busy. I intend for it to come back, but and I do still have it, and I actually have another artist who I got permission from. So now I have more music than I ever had, but I just haven't finished setting it up yet. Just good for who? Michael Jackson? I should get permission from Michael Jackson. Do any of y'all know Michael Jackson? Is he chill? It would be cool. I think he'd be cool. He might be cool. The problem is he's bad, right? So bad and cool at the same time, it's kind of not guaranteed. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's because I placed it on the dumbest square in the entire position. It's my fault. The knight was useful, but I've just completely played stupidly. I can improve it. All of my pawns are in dark squares, so if I get the rooks off the board, I'm not too worried. This knight a2 move? Rook a4, and I don't see why it's productive. I shouldn't have played rook c1 here. I should have just taken and then played rook rook eb. Just tried to get the rooks off the board. Maybe it's not good, but I have to. I have to try. My opponent is 1821. So I mean it checks out, but he could have played check first, I think. I think this is a draw, right? That was a stupid move. Time is the only thing I'm doing decent on, though. Everything else about my position is terrible because I'm just playing so awful. I'm just playing awful. I just found out you couldn't see with your eye, or you just found out. To be fair, this isn't the most trivial thing in the world. Aw, piece of junk. I'm a move short. I miscalculated. I'm a move short. I told you. Playing like trash. We take those. We take those. I can't write properly. I just had a 70-move game got made. Rough. We take those. Those we take. I was so much better. You were winning. Queen H7, Queen H27, my man. Queen H7 instead of Queen G7, Queen G8. Queen G8 was probably still winning, but Queen H7, dead. Dead drawn. Not dead drawn, dead lost. You put this queen on the wrong square. That's why you need to have intuition for those endgames. In those positions, you can't play Queen G8. It just makes your life harder. Time killed it? Oh yeah, absolutely. I played like a dumb, but okay. Why do I always play knight c3? Is it bishop g5? No, it's knight bd2. Of course it's knight bd2. When I was playing Canty last night, I had a spinning realization. Canty is 2600 bullet, and to me, that elo is already nearly impossible to beat. So 2600 is already behind me. How can I comprehend a strength 3032 because elo, it's 10 times stronger than a 2600. Why is bishop d6 bad? I never got it. Because knight bd2, and I'm going to take this, and then your bishop will be under attack, and you have to move it again. So you lose a tempo. It loses a tempo because I'm going to take this with knight because I'm dumb and I played the wrong knight move. If I played knight d2 like a smart player, then take here with tempo. So bishop e7? Yes. Hello, dog. Yes, so bishop e7. And after knight b2, it's still better for me. But knight c3 is just wrong. Why do I play knight c3 in these positions? I always do this to myself. But okay. Already it's even. So this was wrong. It was just queen c2. Yeah, queen c2, rook d8, rook d1. Impossible from my perspective? Not impossible. If you're 1900 and he's 26, then that's what? 50 to 1? You beat him a 50th of the time. Or one, yeah. That's not impossible. It's really hard. You get 2 out of 100. Something like that. 1600 bullet, which is what we played. Well, I don't know, man. In that case, still. Maybe. Well, no, statistically you do. That's how ELO works. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that. I should have just played Queen C2 and said, hey, guess what? Your position's dumb. And so is your face. And then activate my rooks and just say, look at your position. Why are we doing this? But I didn't. I got a little too creative. Yeah, and you were totally right, Void. Knight b5, way better. Rook a3 evidently was best. He gave life to his bishop. Yep, he didn't deserve it. And then I did it wrong again. And then this was just dumb. I just hold my kingside pawns and it's not easy. But now it's a draw again. And then this was bad. I just play rook a8 and he can't win. Well, yeah. But that's psychological. You can get over that. Maybe 10. Probably even less time than that. Such an easy endgame of time. No, just rook a8 and it's a draw. Rook a8's a draw. This was just bad. And again, just queen h7. I can never do anything. Because I can't get my king in either. Queen g8 made your life way harder than it had to be. And queen e8 is now a draw. Here, you can still win this. You have to play it like this. But you have to calculate them. You gave me a draw. And then, when you took, you gave me a win. Dab. Now it's a very weak dab. Flaccid. 10 seconds? Yeah. You should have been able to win that with 10 seconds. Honestly. I don't mean to be rude. But you should have been able to win that with 10 seconds. This, and because listen, here you play queen h7. I play king g5, it's the only move I can play. You play king e5. I play king back, you play this. Now you have local. And congratulations, I'm officially out of moves. Actually, this is even better. Not this. This is even better. I make the sound with my mouth. It's custom. And it's mate in 2, or mate in 3. Again, 10. You have to have an intuitive understanding for these endgames in these fast positions, because this was absolutely winnable in 10 seconds. You just had to already know how to win it. You didn't have time to figure it out. You had time to already know and play the moves. You would only need a maximum of 10 moves in that position, even if I played perfectly, which I wouldn't have. Oh no, it's not Void's turn, it's Local's turn. Yeah, Local, it's your turn, and then it'll be Void's turn. Got it backwards. Pardon me. Yep. Okay, which game are we talking about? Mr. Koopa? Wait. I need your skin like Fortnite? You gotta be, no, that's fake. That's fake. No, that's fake. Well, yeah, but still, I'm just saying. That's fake. No way. It's Doja Cat. Oh, that explains it. Man. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of down. I'm just of the opinion that if you're going to make pop, make it like go full Lady Gaga and make it like ridiculous. Have some fun with it. Yeah. 80 minutes, 30-second delay, and 30 minutes after move forward. Got it. Okay, here we go. What's delay? It's like an increment, but you don't get any extra time. It's a delay. It's 30 seconds before the clock starts ticking. Maybe so? I'll give it a listen. Without 5 plus 3. I don't like delay very much, but it's very common in the States. Okay, sure. Okay. This bishop's kind of bad after e3. With the knight here, I'd rather a bishop move first. At least that's what my heart says. Maybe bishop f4. Yeah, no, you can take this and then go here. Bishop g5 makes some sense, but I feel like he just plays h6 and calls the bluff. Maybe you don't. No, because you can take and then take that. Yeah, no. Bishop g5 is probably good too. And from my understanding, I want to trade down pieces to get my opponent less defenders to the IQP. That sounds right. With that logic, you should just take this then. In fairness, you should just take this. And he has to take with queen. If he takes with knight, you go bishop e3 and win. So he has to take with queen. And then when he takes with queen, you play queen takes. Knight takes, and you play bishop e3, and you put a knight here. So honestly, this is probably best. This is vibey. No. In that case, just do this. And you're just better. You like it? Yeah. So I agree with you, but if you're going for that. Yeah, but well, you do get a piece out, and you get it out with tempo, in fact. Okay. But okay, e3 makes sense. In that case, just do this. Again, either you want to get a piece out on bishop f4 or g5 makes sense, or you don't and you play take it. I don't know. e3 is definitely not bad, but I feel like this bishop is bad. I mean, I feel like I guess you go there, but that's slow. And it doesn't help trade off pieces. I don't know. It's probably not terrible. But... Do it, Dunder. Be based. Learn the IQP because of my elephant. IQP is super important. Rook d1? Sure. This bishop needs to live. This bishop must live. What's IQP? Isolated queen's pawn. The pawn on the queen file, isolated by itself. No pawns beside it. It's a very well-known and well-studied type of pawn structure. Again, if you want to trade pieces, trade pieces. You play with the IQP, I'm confident playing against it. I'm in the same boat. Again, I feel like you're talking about trading pieces, but then when you get opportunities to, you don't actually do it. And then here, and then here, and then here. Isn't that like the pin in the Alapin? A3, B4 in here. Right? A5, bishop d2, and you go this way then, I guess. Again, it feels like you talk about the right idea, and you think about the right idea, but... A double N? It should be a double N, but I don't care. Bishop e6, queen d3. Finally, okay, the bishop's coming out. Good. Take, good. Queen here is fine. Okay, so, So, standard, like, very normal standard wisdom against the isolated pawn is that you actually want to avoid trading queens. There are exceptions. However, in general, you want to avoid trading queens because the idea is you get it down to an endgame with only queens and rooks, right? You need the rooks on the board. You need the rooks on the board in order to actually put enough pressure on the pawn to be meaningful. And you want queens on the board, that way the opponent's king can't run to the defense of the pawn. Because if you trade queens, then the king can run to the defense of the pawn, and you don't have a piece to harass the king with, so you can't make progress. And if you take rooks off the board, you don't have enough pieces to put pressure on the pawn, so you can't make progress. That's the theory, right? In some positions, you want to trade queens, but conventional wisdom is you want the queens on the board to keep the kings out of the party, and you want rooks on the board to put pressure, because then you build a gun, you put a rook here, queen here, and then you push e4 and win the pawn. That is standard queen. That's general isolated pawn wisdom. That's not even isolated queen pawn. That's just standard isolated pawn wisdom. How often it applies depends. So like earlier, you could have traded queens because you had a big enough advantage in development, and you could bring out the pieces in a dangerous way. So I think this is one of the exceptions where you do want to trade queens, just because you end up getting bishop pair versus knight pair, and that's a completely different advantage that you wouldn't normally have. So because bishop pair versus knight pair, I think this is an exception. However, conventional wisdom is you avoid trading queens. Thank you, Void. So this is an exception. However, if we go later on, then the position is a much more standard isolated queen pawn. Both sides have bishops on the board, so both sides have equal material. This, after you trade queens and then you play knight takes, how do you put pressure on this pawn long term? He's going to play f6, king f7, king e6, and once these four pieces come off the board, you're not going to be able to break through. I'm going to put a rook on d7 and a rook on d8. There's not enough pieces on the board, because the king can help defend, right? That's the idea. It's a draw then? Yes. Now, theory, right? In practice, a lot more complicated. Queen Jane helps bring the rook up to double. It does. But remember, the king can get in. And okay, I'm going to set up a bad hypothetical. So let me cook for a second here. I'm going to just set up a terrible hypothetical. So just let me cook with this one. I'm just basically setting up the pieces. Okay, let's say we do something like this. You play king g2, I go here, right? Okay, how do you break through now? Right? If we reach this position, what is your plan to make progress? Your opponent has the IQP? It depends on the bishop, and it depends on the position. In general, you want to trade everything that's not rooks and queens. But in this position, how do you make progress? How do you do anything? Again, the plan is normally you push and you break through. E4 drawn in the king and pawn endgame? Absolutely, yeah. 100%. But if you're trying to win as white, which is what I'm assuming, how do you make progress here? Yeah, you can poke over here on the king side, queen side, and try to make progress, but I'm just talking from a queen isolated pawn perspective. It's very difficult to. It's, I would say, impossible. Okay, rook 8 d7. Knights are good blockers, and there's quite a few pieces on the board. Absolutely, but still, it depends. It depends on the bishop. You definitely want to trade the one that can take advantage of what's going in front of it. E4. Okay, I take, and it's a draw. As soon as you get rid of the isolated queen pawn, it's a completely drawn position. There's nothing to play for. Nothing to play. Now, you keep playing because it's classical and your opponent might blunder, but I'm talking from a theoretical position. Rookie. Okay, king f7. There's nothing. There's nothing here. It's the most drawn rook endgame I've ever seen in my life. There's nothing here. And there's pawn weaknesses? Yeah, sure. Again, sure. But now you no longer, this is no longer a weakness. Like, yeah. You play rook endgames and you try to win this rook endgame. But my point is the isolated pawn is no longer a weakness. It's no longer a critical weakness that you can target and take advantage of. Now, if we take this exact position, if we go back a little bit, and I do the same exact thing, only I keep queens on the board when we do it. Okay? Just let me cook with this one. And then, I don't know, like, how did I set this up before? Just, I know. Now, let's set up the same sort of thing. Let's do something stupid like this. Okay, let's just set up the same sort of thing. Same position. Okay, now here's the difference. If as is black, I try to get my king in, suddenly this happens, and my queen gets in and gets to poke around and prod and have a problem. Right? Because now the king can't get in as safely, because then the queen can come over here and start poking. because the queen's very fast and there's a lot of checks. So you can't safely bring the king in. I'm going to do something stupid. And the position's evaluation changes completely. Like, let's say I set up the king where it's close like it was last time. Now, instead of plus 0.5, it's plus 2, because there you just can't. Everything works. Everything works. And then queen a3, and uh-oh. Exactly. The king can't get active when the queens are on the board. It's not safe enough. Because remember, kings and endgames can get active basically once the queens are traded. It's a little more complicated, but when enough pieces and the queens are off the board, the king can get in. And remember, isolated queen pawn, you want to get rid of the other pieces, which means if you trade off queens too, there's not going to be enough for the king to keep the king out. And you can't keep the king out, it's a draw. But with queens on the board, the king can't get in. And because the king can't get in, you can set up the idea where you play e4 and take advantage of the pin. Again, this is in theory. The details of the position change everything. It's like anything else, you know, like bishops legging open positions. Sometimes you want to close down the position even if you have the bishops, right? There are exceptions. However, the general principle is you keep queens and both rooks off on the board. Queens and both rooks, you trade off everything else, and then you put pressure on the pawn and eventually push to make it take advantage of the pin. You keep queens on the board to keep the king out. You keep the rooks on the board to be able to put enough pressure. That's the idea. Even after 3 works here, everything works here. The position suddenly just works, right? It just kind of happens. It's like magic, but cooler. Because you have pins and like you go here and now I have to move the king. And now you get queen takes a7. But even if you didn't, this is still a problem because then rook takes and the king is weak. It's huge problems, right? So that's the idea. Which means, knowing that, if we go back to this position, you don't play queen d4. Because queen d4, you trade off the queens, you will never win. You will never win playing against someone who knows how to play isolated pawn positions. Now, who knows how well your opponent knows anything? Yeah, exactly. But the principle is you keep queens on the board. Is he winning and Holly overlooked it? Ah, that's hilarious. So, after his trade queens, this is basically not a weakness anymore. It's more complicated than that, but the way you think about it is the isolated queen pawn is basically no longer a weakness after you trade queens, because it's only a long-term weakness. Here we go. Okay, anyway. So, queen d5, queen d4, he takes, and you play rook takes. Okay, rook takes, knight takes. Generally, you want the knight on the square in front of the isolated pawn. Knights are a very good blockader, but rook takes isn't bad. But now, there's no real way to make pressure, because he can just slowly bring his king in after, if everything trades off. And if you don't trade off everything, then you're not going to be able to win it. Rook c8, rook a d1, rook e d8, okay. Knight c1, again, you had e4. You had e4, right? And he let you have it. Remember, always look for e4. This is how you win the pawn. You don't win the pawn by putting enough pressure on it. You win it by putting pressure on it and then pushing the other one next to it. It's the pin. So he gave you the pin. You push the e-pawn. Okay. Knight c1. Rook f4, rook c, knight e2, h6, knight c3. Rook takes, rook d8. I think you have the pin again. Okay. This one is vibey. A3, b6. So, you have to be looking for this. This is how you win the pawn. And again, isolated queen pawn positions, or not isolated pawn positions in general. This is how you win the pawn. Knight b5? Sure, but this is how you do it. This is what you're looking for. This is what you're always calculating. Because this is the main motif. So three times he's given it to you now. Should really be looking at it. The reason you missed it is because you weren't looking for it. You should always be looking for it. But okay. h3, rook d7, g4. And see, now you no longer have it. This position, I look at d4 with option d4. I move the isolated queen pawn weakness. So you would technically be right if we go a bit earlier, right? In this position, it's pretty clear. If you go here, 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 he loses a pawn. That one's pretty obvious. However, if we go a move earlier, Opa. Spoilers. We go and move earlier. Let's see where exactly we were. Here. The difference here is you get these like big pushes, and it gets really annoying for him. You get e5, and then he has to move the knight backwards, and your pieces get really active and his get really inactive. Knight to d3, knight f4. Or you could just play f4. You don't have to move your knight yet. My knight's not under attack. I'm still have the pin. He's still pinned. I can play f4. I can ignore it. He has to do something else first, and then I move the knight. So here, and then I play a knight move. Not here. Okay, rook d7, but knight b5, and the pawn hangs. He hangs a pawn. I mean, this hangs too, but... So maybe bishop takes a2 and try to make an argument for something, but... You see what I mean? Again, you calculate it out. But it's very, very common that you play e4 there. Like, super common. But okay. f4. Okay, good stuff. Oh yeah, this just wins a piece. Whoops. Whoops. Central pawn more important. And your bishop's attacking this one. Your knight's attacking this one. He's got other pawns hanging. But this just loses a piece. So your opponent blundered a piece. It's a subtle piece blunder, but it is a piece blunder. Because the bishop's trapped. So you must play bishop takes. And then after rook f2, you're skewering the bishop and knight. Whoops. So that's kind of bad. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, in that case, knight b5 is always a common idea because you have two pawns hanging if you're him. Like if we go back for a second. e4, d4. Like even here, a3 makes sense. And then after he plays whatever rook move, then you go knight b5 and you win one of the pawns guaranteed. Right? So this is kind of what I mean. You win one of the pawns. You can't defend them both. It's saying like d3 here. And I'm not even sure if you want to take this. It's something to consider, but evidently you don't after knight g4. And the problem is knight e5, which makes sense. So okay, you play f3 here first to prevent knight g4, and it's not easy, but we play chess. The pawn's just really weak and very far advanced, so your king can come up and attack it, and his king can't come up and defend it. So you basically have one more attacker on the pawn than he has defenders. Can blind people reach GM level? I believe so. I know a number of blind players who are stronger than I am. And the point is this pawn is too far advanced. It's gone too far. You can play f3 and you can go here, and this. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces to attack it. He only has 3 pieces to defend it, in theory. There's no theoretical way he can get enough pieces to defend this pawn. Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I like classical so much. But so yeah, so the point is here, f3, you have more theoretical pieces that can attack than he has to defend it because the king can't get here in time. It's subtle stuff, but it's important to point out. Anyway. So yeah, but subtle blunder. He did blunder a piece, which is a very cool tactic. Was this classical? Yes. So he did blunder a piece. Rook d4, sure. Knight c7, sure. King g3, sure. f5, sure. G takes, sure. G takes, sure. King h4. Okay. King g7, bishop f3. Bishop f7. Okay. Yeah. e4. See, now it's a draw. You no longer have an advantage. This is a very static position. There's no dynamics. 98. 98's not very good. King f6. Get your king in. What's he going to do? King h5? Don't make me laugh. Haha. Bishop g4 is also very drawn, because now you play 98. It's a very static position. And whoops, you lose your rook. Whoops. Yeah, it's a very drawish position, and I'm sure you know that. I mean, you still play as well, because your king is a bit more active. It's hard for him to play chess. It's a difficult position to play, especially since he gave you a protected passer. Okay, never mind. It's no longer that Droj. This is now very bad. This is a very strong pawn. Very strong pawn. Ooh. Knight c6 f5. Rook d6. Knight e2. Knight e2 to go to f4. Doesn't look bad. Oh, spoilers again. Which side is easier to mess up? Definitely black. Definitely black. Absolutely black. This pawn is under more pressure than this pawn currently, and the white king is more active. Both sides can mess up, but I would say black. I would rather play white for sure, but it's classical, so I have to assume your opponent's going to play extremely well. I mean, black's already messed up here. Although I would argue that this was kind of silly. King f6 is not a difficult move to find. And giving you a connected passer is just counter-principled. He just shouldn't have done it. But okay. Everyone messes up eventually. Knight c7, f5. And you get, and his king gets active, so that's kind of an important problem here. Pulled the trigger a little fast and gave his king an entry path. But okay. Knight f6, knight e6 check, king f7, rook a4. Okay, rook d7, and what's your threat? Nothing, you don't have a threat. Yeah, once again, he's got a fortress. So you played a little bit too quick with the pawn. He's got a fortress here. Your king doesn't have a path in. And remember, you need to get all your pieces in here. King is worth like 4 points in the endgame. It's like more valuable than a knight. So getting a good knight but trapping your king isn't worth it. It isn't worth it. You can't, there's nothing to get in. It's very annoying, but that's the fact of the matter. So, taking it a little slower was the approach. Can't play 98 currently. Probably king f6. 94 check is always nice. King f7 or king e6. Knight f2. There was a 2-day, 3-day, and 4-day section. Sign up for the 2-day section to save money on parking. So that makes sense. More games of 1 day. So this game like as a 5th game at the end of the day after I play 4 minutes. 4 minute board games. Real endurance test. Oh, for sure. Again, I'm not criticizing you as a statement against as your chess. You have to remember, everything I say is with the Lasker quote in mind of how good is a chess player, as good as their next move. And so my goal is not to criticize you as a chess player, but to make you a better chess player. None of this is a statement. So just, you know, you have to play it a little slower. Yeah, I try. And again, I'm not right about everything, but hopefully I give you something interesting to think about. 98, knight f4, knight f6. Okay. Anyway, like saying a5 is fine. And you don't have really a weakness to target. H takes, king takes, knight e4 check, king f4, knight f6. Yeah. Rook d3, knight d7, rook e3, king f6. Rook e6 is coming. That's bad. It's just learning in the end. Yeah. This is... Why is this bad? Let's analyze. So let's say he goes something stupid like a4. Well, first off, that blunders an exchange. So actually, he has to go rook c6. Now I trade down all pieces. Nope, queens and rooks. Anyway, rook c6. Silman goes over that in one of his games. So yeah, this blunders a pawn guaranteed. How beautiful is that? I love chess. Here, this pawn is now gone. Because now rook e6. Whoops. And you can't take, because then you take and take his knight. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. That's why I love chess so much. He has no good moves. Knight c7 and he loses on the spot. You're threatening to fork his rook and king, and there's nothing he can do about it. Nothing he can do about it. He moves the rook, he loses this pawn. He moves the king, he loses everything else. It's Zugzwang. It's cooler than Zugzwang. You have an unstoppable threat. Because he can technically move a pawn, but the problem is moving a pawn, check, and you win his rook. So he has to stop you from playing check. How does he do that? He has king c6 and he has king f7. Or rook c6 and he has king f7. Those are the only two ways to stop you from playing knight e8 check. If he plays rook c6, he just hangs the pawn straight up. Very simple. If he plays king f7, you play rook e6. And now this rook is hanging, and there's nothing he can do about it. He can't move it anywhere. It's trapped by its own pieces. And if he takes your rook, then you take with pawn and fork his king and knight. It's beautiful. Look at that. Come on. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then this is obviously losing. So he has nothing to do. Anyway. So this is what I meant when I say it's hard to play for black. This is a drawn position, but a very natural move like king f6 loses on the spot to knight c7. You have to play king f7, which is completely ridiculous looking. You're like, okay, I'm letting him play an active king move. Why am I doing that? This is why I said it's harder to play black. Yes, it's a draw, but this is hard to constantly be vigilant about. You mess up once and the game ends. Okay, f6, so knight d4, knight c5, rook g3, and it's already much better for white. It's not as winning, but it's much better. Knight e4, rook g6, and then king e5. Wonderful. That's what I mean. It's completely losing. It's completely over. Again, like I said, you were never in a more difficult position this entire game. You were always in an easier position to play. The question is it objectively better, right? Is there a way to hold? Knight e4 looked really natural. Knight e4 looked extremely natural. But even knight c5 here looks natural and is terrible. He has to play knight f8. Knight f8 is like knight f8 or a4, which both look horrible. I mean, this is already really bad for him. But... And now you're just crushing him. Beautiful. And then just, clean execution. Wonderful. No comment. Yeah, GG's. Your position was always easier to play. Always. The entire time. It does not surprise me at all that your opponent crumbled. This is super duper duper hard to hold. Super hard to hold. Miserable. Tips and advice for the game? Just the isolated queen pawn stuff, really. That, and also not being too fast to push your pawns here in these endgames. Be very aware of where his king can go. Remember, kings are worth 4 points in the endgame, worth just from an activity perspective. You're trapped your king in, you let his king get active. You gave him 4 points and took away 4 points from yourself. King activity. And keeping it from your opponent and getting it for yourself. That's for the endgame. And then also just the isolated queen pawn stuff. I'm sure the St. Louis Chess Club has an amazing... St. Louis Chess Club just has a ton of good resources in general. I would be shocked if they didn't have good stuff on the queen, isolated queen pawn. Let me check. I can almost guarantee you. Yeah, they have like a billion different lessons on the isolated queen pawn. Yeah, here's one with Ben Feingold from 2014. Like, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, they again, St. Louis Chess Club, Isolated Queen Pawn, you'll find a billion different things. They have a lot of good lectures if you're willing to sit through them. But in the Silman book, it's, you want to trade up off everything but rooks and queen, and then you kill it in the endgame. That's the theoretical ideal way of playing. Now, it's very difficult to do, and so sometimes you play around it, you stick a knight in front of it, and you use it as something your opponent constantly has to babysit. Because they have to babysit it, you get better pieces, you know. But either way, again, the entire game you were in easier position. There was not one move in this entire game where you had a hard position. So it was absolutely a successful chess game. Absolutely. You just also could have made it more difficult for the opponent. Yes, he did. That's kind of the, for me, like the narrative of this game. The opponent never had an easy time, but you could have made it harder. Maybe in terms of if you don't want to trade the player on the files, if you trade down, well, yeah, of course. But you develop it, you learn it. Again, you were never worse or had a more difficult position this entire game. The one exception is here if you play bishop g4, these positions are annoying. Because now you have to move your rook, and well, I have to deal with that, right? Good job. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. Antience. Is Antience still here? I think he is. Allowing bishop g4 in these positions is always kind of annoying, because you never want to move the knight back. And so you end up having to play a rook move, and then it's kind of bothersome. So just keep an eye out for this as well. See, the reason I know so much about isolated queen pawn is because one of the main lines of the Catalan turns into an isolated queen pawn immediately, so I have to know it, right? One of the main lines, it's like an early c5 line, it's like a thing, just liquidates into an isolated queen pawn really quick. And so if you don't know how to win these positions as white as a Catalan player, you're never going to win as white. When is it my turn? Oh, after Antience. That's what we'll do. I'm sorry I got mixed up because so many people here and weren't here. Okay. If you don't know how to, if you don't know how to win isolated queen pawn, or against the isolated queen pawn, you're not going to be able to win in the Catalan. It's such a common structure. I get it all the time. And I'm not an expert at it. I mess it up all the time, but it's just a good thing to know. I also get a lot of hanging pawns in those sorts of positions. It's also a very common structure. But you'll get it. Again, that was still a good game of chess. And you still played better than your opponent the entire time. You know me, I'm just trying to maximize all human suffering. A6? A6 is possible. Why play a6? What's he going to do? Bishop b5? I'm not scared of bishop b5. I play bishop d7. My light squared bishop's one of my problem pieces. If he wants to trade it off, be my guest. And plus, if he goes here, then here, that wastes the tempo. I'm not going to play a move that prevents my opponent from playing a bad move. I'm not scared of bishop b6, bishop b5. a6 to go for Najdorf? Well, I don't like the Najdorf, so... I'm a dragon player, not a Najdorf player. a6, rational minds may differ, go for it, but... If he transposes into a main line of the dragon, I'm happy. I know the Najdorf positions are technically better, because the Najdorf is just a better opening, but I don't play it. It's not my opening. But I wouldn't complain about a6. Very rational stuff. Yeah, at the end of the game, I had mixed emotions. I was relieved the 3-hour game was over. After a long day of chess, I was happy I won that grind, but I felt bad because my opponent was a little kid. He looked easily distraught after our game. Like, look at Neville when he lost to Ding in the World Championship. It's hard, man. Crushing kids' souls. So I'm not going to say that out loud until I Google it to make sure it's not what I think it is. I'm always, when somebody says something, ask like, what is this or what is that? Malteser? You know, I'm always ready because I feel like there's a 99% chance. It's a very specific type of joke. Chess is rough mentally. Rolling is the win, but upsetting lose. Yeah. It's a mental struggle. That's one of the, in my opinion, better things about it because it really teaches you to handle losses. Or you end up really suffering. Or you end up learning the meaning of pain. Or Malteser? my idea was to take this, and I think this is good. I haven't calculated it fully. In the spirit of honesty, I have not fully calculated this. But I assumed I was up in exchange. So I thought you retreat the rook, and then I take here, and I win in exchange anyway. So, W. I'm going to head out. This is very epic analysis. Going to eat buffet now. See ya. See ya, local. Glad I could help. Man, all this analysis is perfect marketing for sinking private chess lessons, which I don't offer. Ridiculous. No wonder I failed our marketing test. No wonder I failed my marketing exam. We just get here we go. Here we go. Every once in a while, somebody thinks they're being clever. Let's refresh the page. I respect it. Anyway. I appreciate the self-censorship. I need to actually start offering private lessons. Can you even calculate like this? Yeah. Most of the calculation happens in your head anyways. So stuff like changing the pieces doesn't affect that much. It does make it worse. It really does, but not that much. It makes it incredibly annoying. Annoying is definitely the worst part. Что? Well, for a winning position, it's definitely fine. Can't even take my rook. Get that out of here. H3 is a blunder? Probably. 2 point. Yeah, H3 is a blunder because check and win his rook. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happened. Evidently, I blundered a few times. That's what the chess.com analysis, the post-game little pop-up, me being an 800 happened. Oh, come on. Give yourself more credit than that. Yeah. Okay. Opening was fine. No problems with any of this. Don't even really have a problem with this. It's not the best, but okay, so yay. So you missed knight d5 is pretty much what it seemed like to me. You could have tried, maybe you can't even go queen trade in knight and rook here, can you? It's for the same problem, right? Knight d5. Yeah. You gotta be really scared. Okay, so in the dragon, or in dragon-like structures, where I have this nice little trifecta and a bishop on g7, the fianchetto bishop, this is a very strong piece. And so most of my ideas in the position will revolve around this piece. And so whenever you Yeah. And so whenever you put a piece on a square on this diagonal or move a pawn off this diagonal and open up something, you should always quadruple calculate to make sure you're not blundering something. Like the number of people who in these positions play like b3 and lose on the spot to knight takes e4 is incredible, even at higher levels, because you should really know that when you have this strong fianchettoed bishop that's like barely hidden behind a knight, you should calculate as everything as if the knight were still on g8. You should basically be calculating as if the knight were here, because there's so many discoveries. It's like putting the queen in front of something, you know? You're waiting for a discovery to happen. And so e5, and then rook takes e5 is scary. Like, it should be viscerally terrifying to you, because it's like, oh no, I have a piece on this diagonal. You know, warning bells should be going off. Because this diagonal is so scary. That's why a completely rational way of playing these positions is going like bishop f4, queen d2, and trading off the bishop by bishop h6 as soon as possible. That's a completely sane and rational way of playing these positions. Just going bishop f4, I play something dumb like bishop b7, and then you go like queen d2 and play bishop h6 as soon as possible. Just get rid of that, never have to think about it again. Yes, you're spending like 3 tempi to get rid of a piece, but sometimes it's worth it. Just because of how strong this fianchettoed bishop is. That's actually why I'm not playing e5, right? I'm playing my pawns this way, that way this diagonal stays open. It's something you should always be calculating. Rook d1 after? Yeah, and rook d1 after, of course. But I'm just saying in general. I'm focusing on one thing at a time. And now, it works the same way the other way, right? If you have some strong pieces, I have to constantly be thinking about them as well. But that's the main strength of the dragon. The weakness is the fact that I don't take very good control of the center early on, and I give you a lot of development for free. As white usually gets better development, it's a little bit faster, and usually is a fairly easy position if they want to play calm, rational chess. But the downside is that this bishop is something you have to be thinking about. And so it's very easy to blunder very quickly by underestimating this bishop. And that's kind of what happened. And then just went downhill from there. Again, the computer's saying just who cares? Who cares if he takes the rook? Right? But I was a little bit cowardly. And then you just got pinned. I like rook e8 there. Rook e8 is also completely rational. The only reason I didn't play rook e8 is because I didn't want to let him have anything on f7. There's definitely nothing right now, but like, maybe eventually I have to think about f7, and I don't want to think about f7. Or like queen g7 stuff. It was laziness, pure laziness. But rook e8 is also a very good move. I would not complain about rook e8. Or someone to play. And then here you had to play c4 and try to maintain something. Still not good, but you could try. And then here, playing down a piece is just really rough. I can't blame you for any of this. But yeah, in these dragon positions, you have to triple check the position. Like, even playing e5 here makes more sense. Because now I can go here, and then you have like rook e1, then I play like king e7, and then like, okay, this is a weakness, and this is a weakness, so you sacrifice a pawn for a bad structure for me, right? But the way it happens, it's just the pawn is weak and is hanging, but this is, you know, it's like, remember in Shrek 4, when Donkey was in the middle of the forest and there was the fresh stack of pancakes on the stump, and Shrek was like, why are there pancakes, freshly fried pancakes, sitting on a stump in the middle of the forest? And you could practically sense the fact that there's someone waiting around a tree. Oh, Harry. That's basically what this is. Like, why is there a pawn hanging in the middle of the center when there's a bishop just behind a tree? You know what I mean? You just gotta be a little suspicious. Paranoia pays in chess, but only when you're right. Otherwise, it's called seeing ghosts. So you really didn't play poorly, but it's just, You have to be so careful about this bishop and the dragon. Hurts my head. Anything that I can think about? Yeah, 3D chess kit's terrible. Absolutely atrocious. Okay. Spoilers, chess.com. Goodness gracious. Lack of opening knowledge? No, not lack of opening knowledge. If you don't need to know openings to know that bishop's scary. And in most positions with the kingside fianchetto there, you have to think about it, including like King's Indian. The only difference is that you usually don't have as many pieces in the center in the King's Indian, you have pawns in the center. So it's less of something that you'll fall for, right? Because you more frequently have just a center of pawns. Somehow, exactly. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. Sure. Scotch. Okay. Classical. Rational stuff. I haven't studied Scotch theory in forever, man. Okay. Position. You play chess. And then he has to play queen d8. And then can I do something here? Can I cook? Can I cook somehow? Knight b5 just looks like a slightly less active version of knight d5. If he plays queen d8, then it's just a slightly less active version. Because it's like, okay, now your knight can get kicked easier and isn't as centralized. So knight b8 is not a bad move, it's just strictly worse than knight d5. Knight b5 is just strictly worse than knight d5. But I think you understand. I don't think I need to tell you that. But okay. And for the record, like, taking the center is not a threat. Because then he loses all of the pawns. Okay. So, with that out of the way. Knight b5, knight queen e7, rook e1. Okay. a6, knight c3, c7, knight d5. And see, this kind of proves the point. Okay. Queen b3. Pawn? Excuse me, pawn? Why can't I just take that immediately if I want to? b5 is better, but why can't I just do this? Miss that in the game? Okay, sick. Cool. Love that for you. Love that. Oh, now you're just worse. Because he just has a pawn and a beautiful knight and a full kind of queenside expansion going on. Yuck. b4, rook c8. Ooh, that's a good move. Takes, that's less of a good move. I don't like that. I don't like takes. So here's the thing. In this position, this pawn is one of his greatest weaknesses in this position. It doesn't look like it right now because of this knight being so strong. But this pawn technically is a weakness. And so trading just feels like it gets rid of his biggest weakness and gives him a protected passer. It's like, ugh. I don't like it. 96? Why on earth do you play 96? Ah, you play 96 to play c4. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. I can't complain that much. Queen e5. c4. Look at this. I am actually legitimately confused how you won this game. It must have been a checkmate attack because, goodness gracious, positionally, this is miserable. This will be painful for the rest of your life. Bishop e2, bishop c6. Blunder? Must have been. Bishop c6 is already a little weird. Just rook c8. We're just rook e8. Just get the rook opposite the queen. Good things will happen. And this pawn is weak because you put the bishop in between the rook and the pawn. Just rook e8. Bishop c6 is... no. Exchange? Okay, that's how you won this game. That explains a lot. Goodness gracious. That's depressing. We take those. Oh, f3. Come f3. What's an f3? Come on, man. Bishop g. Development with tempo. Get this piece out. It's depressed. Give it life. And then play f3. F3 and then like h4. Boom. We chillin'. You play like rook b8. Then you go f3. Then you go h4. You have no weaknesses. Then you bring your rook into d6. Oh. His position starts falling apart. Activity, my guy. You've got to be active. You gotta be active. Because now he has all these dark squares to walk in on, and you have to just deal with that. Why? 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 It's not even that. Just be lazy. You did the exact same thing, but just with a worse bishop. Also, come on. Come on. Free piece. Free pawns. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do about it? What's he gonna do about it? Win. Fight. Win. Okay. You are playing very cowardly this game. I'm going to level with you. Come on! Come on! Okay. Finally! It's not even that good anymore. But at least you did it. Oh. Oh, never mind. Hold on a second. It's not as good anymore. Time out, guys. Oh, never mind. He doesn't want to take your pawns. He's too polite. What the heck is that? Okay, no, we take these. He loses everything. Nice. This is an emotional roller coaster. Also, did you give him a fortress? Oh, look at that. Just calmly saying, I will win the king and pawn endgame. King f7, you have to. King d4. King... And then king b6. Rest in peanut butter. Look at that. Just going on a magical journey, because you know you get there first. And he's dead. Gotta use more time? You've gotta, man. It's killing you. Your time management is killing you. Because now he has a fortress. Unless, you know, he just lets you play... Unless he lets you kill him. That's fine, too. He's got a fortress. How are you? I'm doing pretty well, Yusuf. Rook e4 check. And then king xg3. Sheesh. Okay, but... He does not feel like having a fortress, evidently. Except that he can... Why? Why? Oh. Oopsie daisy. George has come today. Hey, good job. How's that going? Yeah, you can't win this anymore. King activity. We just talked about this. Here. Boom. His king can't get in anymore. King h7. Can I take this? Yes. I'll just take this. With masters in it? Oh, that's even cooler. King g7, rook b4. Just walk everything in. And now you've got more material. No player with 1 year experience? That's, I mean, you are, Yusuf. I told you that. Could have told you that. But no, joining a chess club will be very good for your chess. And then now we're winning king and pawn endgame because he messed up. Rip. Okay, good stuff. Bro, your time management needs some help. Your time management needs some help, Void. Do yourself a solid and always have 2 candidate moves. Don't never ever ever play the first move you see if you're playing a time control rapid or faster, rapid or slower. What happened in Tata Steel? I have no idea. What happened to Tata Steel? Yeah, that's my advice for how to not play the first move you see is have alternatives. So, how many people are left? There's still 4 people in queue. Goodness gracious. Hopefully not all of them are here. Don't tell them I said that. You did. Already it's pretty bad because it's 11:09. Yeah, I got the rabbit game pulled up here. Hey, what's up, Ree? Okay. Not much. Ah, what is this? The Fantasia. Finals and mental stuff? Yeah, I feel that. A3, bishop takes. Bold. Maybe knight f3? Knight f6? Not sure. Knight d7. And then queen h4. So typical fantasy stuff. But he played greedy. And let's see if he flew too close to the sun. I'm not familiar with this. And why the mean pieces? Because someone redeemed it? Is this a goofy gambit sideline that you know, Cormac, or did your opponent take you out of prep? Knight g4, queen g3. Okay, so I can't castle. So I just made an enemy? You've made an enemy. That's not good. But if I don't castle, I'm fine, right? But I guess castling looks really tempting, which is the problem. Yeah. And you've just got so many pieces pointing this direction. Knight h5, queen f3. g6. You gotta bring more pieces in. Gotta have more pieces in the defense. g6, castles, f5, bishop g5. Nordebek is leading? Really? Watched that with a friend of a friend, and she said, it's game music? More specifically, Roblox type music? Oh yeah, she's not. She. She's not a friend anymore. You can't. How is Waters of Nazareth Roblox music? Like, I understand not liking it. It's horrible. It's garbage. I love it. How is it Roblox music? That's what I said. I'm so confused. What does that even mean? Ooh, trapped queen. So black actually did a pretty admirable job holding on here. But just got their queen trapped. You have to play queen d6 and keep your queen out. Or of any Roblox game. I haven't played any Roblox either. To be fair, I have not played any Roblox. However, Waters of Nazareth. What's the easiest way to learn theory? I'd say a book or a course. This queen gets shot slayers, except books. I feel like I'm just dumb. How is that a blunder? The queen gets trapped, Ree. When you play queen d2, there's no way for the queen to escape. I don't have any. Well, there's no easy way to learn theory without finding a resource to teach you theory. Teaching yourself theory by yourself is very difficult. The best way, I would say, other than books, is for Grandmaster games, modern Grandmaster games. I think there are any books in my city. Well, you can get them most digitally, but that's cost money. But in that case, Grandmaster games. Yeah, watching games and with good commentary, where the commentators explain the ideas of the opening. In that case, where the commentators dig into it and are like, oh, you play this because of this and because of this and because of this. That's how I learned a bunch of theory for openings that I don't play, but I don't know general ideas. That's why I need commentary. That's what the commentary part of it's for. Is good commentators will tell you the ideas of the opening. Now it's just queen for a rook. It's brutal. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Let's take the pawn. So many pawns. So many pawns. And then he just blunders a rook and he resigns. Is this a goofy line that you know, or is this a goofy line you don't know? People don't play Scotch? I'm sure you could find some tournaments where someone plays the Scotch. It'd be hard, but Life is a game of chess. He's learned a game line from Levy's course, but never actually transposed. Weird. I mean, it's definitely complex stuff where you could trick some people. After castles, it's not obvious how to hold anything. Although e5, I feel like, is probably good. Kasparov games, get some scotch. Then find analyses of Kasparov games. Yeah, you're right. Kasparov revolutionized scotch. Now that'll teach you old theory. That has strengths and weaknesses. The downside of old theory is technically it's not considered as accurate as new theory. The upside is that a lot of people won't know it. You'll trick more people that way. And honestly, Kasparov's old theory, the opening theory Kasparov used is older opening theory. Although for the Scotch, I don't think it matters as much. That's not as much as of a theoretically challenged opening nowadays. So I don't think it'll matter that much. Plus, until you get to GM level, it's not going to matter. So look up, like, find good analyses of Kasparov games where he plays the Scotch. And I would say that's the best way of doing it. Use the same ideas and opening moves he does. It's going to get you far. Because clearly, you know, Kasparov in his day was good enough. Just find book moves. That's fine, but that won't teach you the ideas. And a lot of the times, it won't even teach you the most practical move. A bit more than decent? Yeah. Just a half step. Dane isn't here either. Ronnie should be here. Okay, it's been more than long enough. I'm turning the pieces to something I can actually use. It's on d4. Maybe c3. Of course. Where's space? I can never find anything on this here. Glass. Glass is good too, but I prefer space. Not good enough. Yeah. You might be able to find some stuff on Lichess, but I would recommend the Grandmaster's game. If you're not willing to pay for a course or a book, which is fair, then analyses of Grandmaster games in the Scotch, which again, Kasparov is your best bet. Regular Scotch? Well, yeah, he's talking about the regular Scotch. So, Ronnie is a responding soul, skipped Thunder. Thunder is also not here though. You're sponsored? I love chess.com. Well, it's like half sponsored. We're an affiliate. Chess.com's videos are pretty good too. Some of them. It's different. Some video creators are excellent. Others are less than excellent. It depends on the video creator, honestly. I feel like I found something good in the Scotch. Give me a second. Let's see if I can remember this. I mean, that's if you're a premium subscriber, though. So that's the same as buying a course. So, again, yeah, absolutely. Probably know classical variation much, which is what I get mostly. Yeah, more people play classical in Mises. Just a good team of people. It's a little more complicated than that, but close enough. Anyway, so looks like no one else is here, which is perfect because it means I can leave because I have to sleep because I have a tournament tomorrow. So let's find somebody to raid. Mises is important to know because that one's weird. Get Modern Blizzard. True. Also, hot take. The Danger Mouse flip of 99 Problems is better than the original. And I will leave you on that. Who do I raid? I think we'll raid Adnan because he's playing viewers too, and he's at 2200. So I think it makes sense. I think it works. Give you what? The whole Grey album? It's good. The Grey album is good. I started listening to Jay-Z Black album, and I didn't like it as much as the Grey album. Unironically. Bye, Void. No, you don't understand, Ree. You don't understand how good 99 Problems by Danger Mouse is. You don't. Just listen to it. It's Helter Skelter. He flipped Helter Skelter into 99 Problems. It's Helter Skelter. That's what's so good about it. You don't understand. I'll get in contact with you about this thing. On that song? Wow. Okay, ciao.